didn't get $3.5 million, Joe?
Mr. Vice,
You got
Mr.
$3.5
President.
million.
That is not true.
Oh, really?
Mr. President,
But,
it's an open discussion, please.
No,
It's a fact.
Well,
There's-
you
it is
have
not.
raised an issue. Let the Vice President answer.
Discredited.
Did
There was a
Burisma pay him
report.
$183,000 a month with no experience in energy?
Mr.
Look,
President,
with no
My
job?
son did nothing wrong at Burisma.
I think he
and
did.
Mr.
the only guy
President,
that
let him
did
answer.
He doesn't want to let me answer because he knows I have the truth. His position has been totally, thoroughly discredited.
By who?
And
The media?
By everybody. Well, by the media, by our
because they refuse
allies,
to
by
talk
the
about it
World
because
Bank,
they're
by
embarrassed.
everyone has discredited. Matter of fact, even
Mr.
the
President,
people who
please stop.
testified under oath.
So let me ask you this, Joe.
No, go ahead, Mister. I'm listening to you.
People under.
You got $3.5 million from Moscow.
He testified under oath, and his administration said, "I did my job and I did it very well. I did
Really?
it
I'd like to
honorably."
know who they are.
Well, I'll give you the list
I'll
of the
fire
people
them.
who testified.
No, go ahead, sir.
Sure, you've already fired most of them because they did a good job.
Some people don't
Well,
do a good
here's
job. With you,
Go ahead. You get the wait a minute. You get the final word.
well, it's hard to get any word in with this clown. Excuse me, this.
Hey, let me
this
just
person.
say, Joe.
No. Mr. President.
$3.5
Mr.
million,
President.
Joe.
That is simply.
Why did
not
he
true.
deserve $3.5 million from Moscow?
Look, here's the deal. We want to talk about families and ethics. I don't want to do that. I mean, his family we could talk about all night. His family's already.
My family
already
lost
wrote
a fortune by coming down and helping
Go
us
ahead.
with
Go
government.
ahead.
And that's such a.
they're right here.
Mr. President.
Every
That's great.
single one of them lost
This
a
is not
fortune.
about
President,
my
coming and
family or his
helping us
family.
with
It's
government.
about your family.
They
The
didn't
American
make
people.
$3.5 million.
He doesn't. That's not true. It doesn't want to talk about what you need. You, the American people. It's about you. That's what we're talking about.
Maybe you
All right.
should
That's
take
the end
it
of
here.
that's the end of the segment. We're moving on.
He did take them.
Vice President. No.
Can I be honest? It's a very important
Try to be
question.
honest.
I
He stood up.
No.
He stood up.
The answer to
and
the
he
question is no.
threatened Ukraine.
No, sir.
With $1 billion if you
That
get rid of
is
the
absolutely
You know what? You're
not
stop.
true.
tape doing it.
You're going to have
True.
gentlemen. I hate to raise my voice, but
He's
it
on
seems to be. Why shouldn't I be different than the two of you? So here's the
That's a
deal.
good point.
We have 6 segments. We have ended that segment. We're going to go to the next segment. In that segment, you each are going to have 2 uninterrupted moments. In those 2 uninterrupted minutes, Mr. President, you can say anything you want. I'm going to ask a question about race, but if you want to answer about something else, go ahead. But I think that the country would be better served if we allowed both people to speak with fewer interruptions. I'm appealing to you, sir, to do that.
Well, and him too.
Well, frankly, you've been doing more
Well,
interrupting
that's
than
all
you
right,
have.
but he does plenty.
Well, less than, sir, less
There's
than,
plenty.
no, less than you have. Let's please continue on. The issue of race. Vice President Biden, you say that President Trump's response to the violence in Charlottesville 3 years ago, when he talked about very fine people on both sides, was what directly led you to launch this run for president.
Oh, yes.
President Trump, you have often said that you believe you have done more for black Americans than any president, with the possible exception of Abraham Lincoln. My question for the two of you is, why should voters trust you rather than your opponent to deal with the race issues facing this country over the next 4 years? Vice President Biden, you go first.
It's about equity and equality. It's about decency. It's about the Constitution. And we have never walked away from trying to require equity for everyone, equality for the whole America. But we've never accomplished it. But we've never walked away from it like he has done. It is true. The reason I got in the race is with those people. Close your eyes. Remember what those people look like coming out of the fields carrying torches, their veins bulging, spewing, just spewing anti-Semitic bile, and accompanied by the Ku Klux Klan. A young woman got killed. And they asked the president what he thought. He said there were very fine people on both sides. No president's ever said anything like that.
It is whose
Now, second point I'd make to you is that when Floyd was killed, when Mr. Floyd was killed, there was a peaceful protest in front of the White House. What did he do? He came out of his bunker, had the military use tear gas on him so he could walk across to a church and hold up a Bible. And then what happened after that? The bishop of that very church said that it was a disgrace. The general who was with him said All he ever wants to do is divide people, not unite people at all. This is a president who has used everything as a dog whistle to try to generate racist hatred, racist division. This is a man who, in fact, you talk about helping African Americans. 1 in 1,000 African Americans has been killed because of the coronavirus. And if he doesn't do something quickly, by the end of the year, 1 in 500 will have been killed. 1 in 500 African Americans. This man is a savior of African Americans. This man cares at all. This man's done virtually nothing. Look, the fact is that you have to look at what he talks about. You have to look at what he did. And what he did has been disastrous for the African American community. So,
President Trump, you have 2 minutes. Why should Americans trust you over your opponent to deal with racism?
You did a crime bill, 1994, where you called them super predators, African Americans, super predators, and they've never forgotten it. They've never forgotten it, Jeff.
No, sir, it's his 2 minutes.
So you did that, and they called you a super predator, and I'm letting people out of jail now that you have treated the African American population community, you have treated the black community about as bad as anybody in this country. You did the 1990, and that's why, if you look at the polls, I'm doing better than any Republican has done in a long time, because they saw what you did. You call them super predators, and you've called them worse than that, because you look back at your testimony over the years, you've called them a lot worse than that. As far as the church is concerned, and as far as the generals are concerned, we just got the support of 250 military leaders and generals, total support. Law enforcement, almost every law enforcement group in the United States. I have Florida, I have Texas, I have Ohio, I have Portland. The sheriff just came out today and he said, I support President Trump. I don't think you have any law enforcement. You can't even say the word law enforcement, because if you say those words, you're going to lose all of your radical left supporters. And why aren't you saying those words, Joe? Why don't you say the words law enforcement? Because you know what? If they called us in Portland, we would put out that fire in a half an hour, but they won't do it because they're run by radical left Democrats. If you look at Chicago, if you look at any place you want to look, Seattle, they heard we were coming in the following day and they put up their hands and we got back Seattle. Minneapolis, we got it back, Joe, because we believe in law and order, but you don't. The top 10 cities and just about the top 40 cities are run by Democrats and in many cases radical left, and they've got you wrapped around their finger, Joe, to a point where you don't want to say anything about law and order. And I'll tell you what, the people of this country want and demand law and order, and you're afraid to even say it.
All right. I want to return to the question of race. Vice President Biden, after the grand jury in the Breonna Taylor case decided not to charge any of the police with homicide, you said it raises the question, quote, whether justice could be equally applied in America. Do you believe that there is a separate but unequal system of justice for blacks in this country?
Yes, there's systemic injustice in this country, in education and work and in law enforcement and the way in which it's enforced. But look, the vast majority of police officers are good, decent, honorable men and women. They risk their lives every day to take care of us. But there are some bad apples. And when they occur, when they find them, they have to be sorted out. They have to be held accountable. They have to be held accountable. And what I'm going to do as President of the United States is call together an entire group of people at the White House, well, everything from the civil rights groups to the police officers to the police chiefs, and we're going to work this out. We're going to work this out so we change the way in which we have more transparency in when these things happen. These cops aren't happy to see what happened to George Floyd. These cops aren't happy to see what happened to Breonna Taylor. Most don't like it, but we have to have a system where people are held accountable. And by the way, violence in response is never appropriate. Never appropriate. Peaceful protest is. Violence is never appropriate.
Right. What is peaceful protest? When they run through the town and burn down your stores and kill people all over the place, you say peaceful protest?
President Trump, I'm not asking
you say it is.
President Trump, I'd like to continue with the issue of race. I promise we're going to get to the issue of law and order in a moment. This month, your administration directed federal agencies to end racial sensitivity training that addresses white privilege or critical race theory. Why did you decide to do that, to end racial sensitivity training? And Do you believe that there is systemic racism in this country, sir?
I ended it because it's racist. I ended it because a lot of people were complaining that they were asked to do things that were absolutely insane, that it was a radical revolution that was taking place in our military, in our schools, all over the place, and you know it, and so does everybody else. And he would know.
What is radical
totally
about
racist.
racial sensitivity training, sir?
If you were a certain person, you had no status in life. It was sort of a reversal. And if you look at the people, we were paying people hundreds of thousands of dollars to teach very bad ideas and frankly very sick ideas. And really, they were teaching people to hate our country. And I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to allow that to happen. We have to go back to the core values of this country. They were teaching people that our country is a horrible place, it's a racist place, and they were teaching people to hate our country. And I'm not going to allow that to happen.
Vice President Biden?
Nobody's doing that. He's the racist.
You just don't.
Here's the deal. I know a lot more about
You
this.
don't.
Good, let him finish.
The fact is that there is racial insensitivity. People have to be made aware of what other people feel like, what insults them, what is demeaning to them. It's important that people know they don't want to. Many people don't want to hurt other people's feelings, but it makes a big difference. It makes a gigantic difference in the way a child is able to grow up and have a sense of self-esteem. It's a little bit like how this guy and his friends look down on so many people. They look down their nose on people like Irish Catholics like me and grew up in Scranton. They look down on people who don't have money. They look down on people who are of a different faith. They look down on people who are a different color. In fact, we're all Americans. The only way we're going to bring this country together is bring everybody together. There's nothing we cannot do if we do it together. We can take this on and we can defeat racism in America.
President Trump, sir.
During the Obama-Biden administration, there was tremendous division. There was hatred. You look at Ferguson, you go to very many places. Look at Oakland. Look what happened in Oakland. Look what happened in Baltimore. Look what happened. Frankly, it was more violent than what I'm even seeing now. But the reason is that the Democrats that run these cities don't want to talk like you about law and order.
Violent
and you
crime.
still haven't mentioned. Are you in favor of law and order?
I'm in favor of law. You follow
Are you
it
in
and a
favor
little bit
of
of
law
order.
and order? Go
Yes,
ahead.
I'm in favor.
You asked a question, let him finish.
Law and order.
Loses
Law and
Let
order.
him answer.
Law and order with justice, where people get treated fairly. And the fact of the matter is, violent crime went down 17%, 15% in our administration.
All right.
It's gone up on his watch.
Went down much more
he
in
had-
ours.
All right, we're down. Mr. President, you're going to... Mr. President,
every record in the
Mr. President, you're going to be very happy because we're now going to talk about law and order.
Because we had trouble with Democratic-run cities.
That's exactly my question. There has been a dramatic increase in homicides in America this summer particularly, and you often blame that on Democratic mayors and Democratic governors, but in fact there have been equivalent spikes in Republican-led cities like Tulsa and Fort Worth. So the question is this really a party issue?
I think it's a party issue. You could bring in a couple of examples, but if you look at Chicago, what's going on in Chicago, where 53 people were shot and 8 died shot. If you look at New York, where it's going up like nobody's ever seen anything, the numbers are going up 100, 150, 200% crime. It is crazy what's going on. And he doesn't want to say law and order because he can't, because he'll lose his radical left supporters. And once he does that, it's over with. But if he ever got to run this country and they ran it the way he would want to run it, we would have our suburbs would be gone. By the way, our suburbs would be gone. And you would see problems like you've never seen.
He would know a suburb unless he took a wrong turn.
Oh, I know suburbs.
He would
So
not.
much
I was
better.
raised,
Go ahead, wait a minute.
I was raised in the suburbs. This is not 1950. All these dog whistles and racism don't work anymore. Suburbs are by and large integrated. There's many people today driving their kids to soccer practice and or to black and white and Hispanic in the same car as there have been any time in the past. What really is a threat to the suburbs and their safety is his failure to deal with COVID. They're dying in the suburbs. His failure to deal with the environment. They're being flooded. They're being burned out because his refusal to do anything. That's why the suburbs are in trouble.
I do want to talk about this issue of law and order, though. And in the joint recommendation that came from the Biden-Bernie Sanders task force, you talked about, quote, reimagining policing. first of all, what does reimagining policing mean, and do you support?
It means
Let me, if I might finish the question. What does reimagining policing mean, and do you support the Black Lives Matter call for community control of policing?
look, what I support is the police having the opportunity to deal with the problems they face. And I'm totally opposed to defunding the police officers. Matter of fact, local police, the only one defunding it, his budget calls for a $400 million cut in local law enforcement assistance. They need more assistance. They need, when they show up for a 9/11 call, to have someone with them as a psychologist or psychiatrist to keep them from having to use force and be able to talk people down. We have to have community policing like we had before, where the officers get to know the people in the communities. That's when crime went down. It didn't go up, it went down. And so we have to be...
That's not what they're talking about, Chris. That's not what they're talking about. He's talking about defunding the police.
That is not true.
He doesn't have any law support. He has no law enforcement.
That's not
support.
true.
Almost nothing. Oh, really? Who do you have? Name one group that supports you. Name one group that came out and supported you. Go ahead. Think. We have time.
We don't have time to do anything.
All right.
All right. Name one law enforcement group that came out and supported you.
Gentlemen, I think I'm going to take back the moderator's role, and I want to get to another subject, which is the issue of protests in many cities that have turned violent. In Portland, Oregon especially, we had more than 100 straight days of protests, which I think you would agree, you talk about peaceful protests, many of those turned into riots. Mr. Vice President, you say that people who commit crimes should be held accountable. The question I have, though, is, as the Democratic nominee, and earlier tonight you said that you are the Democratic Party right now, have you ever called the Democratic mayor of Portland or the Democratic governor of Oregon and said, hey, you've got to stop this, bring in the National Guard, do whatever it takes, but you stop the days and months of violence in Portland?
I don't hold public office now. I am a former vice president. I've made it clear in my public statements that the violence should be prosecuted. It should be prosecuted. And anyone who commits it...
But you've never called for the people, the leaders, excuse me, sir. You had never called for the leaders in Portland and in Oregon to call us, bring in the National Guard, and knock off 100 days of riots.
They can, in fact, take care of it if you just stay out of the way. Look here.
Oh, really? Oh, really?
But I asked him a question.
To get the killer of the young man in the middle of the street. They shot him. And for 3 days,
President Trump
wouldn't do anything. They had to send in the U.S. Marshals. They took care of business.
Go ahead, sir.
And by the way, his own former spokesperson said,
Hello. We're back. How are y'all doing? Sexual, thank you for the tier 2. Sexual, thank you. Did anyone else subscribe? Space Time Wonder as well, thank you. We're back. I can't think of like a good like starting soon song now, because they're all Biden related. Like I have the 2020 lo-fi debate, which still feels like kind of unlistenable. Like the 2024 one is like so bad. Like I don't want to subject anyone to having to deal with the 2024 presidential debate again. Vance Wall's comeback. The Vance Wall's debate would be good, yeah. I guess it's the same. That one was so funny. Yeah, what's been going? Did you guys see the progressive Blackwater guy? That's cool. It's Blackwater, right? Yeah. Is it a Senate candidate or it's a House candidate that's like DSA coded in America, who used to be who like less than 10 years ago was like a mercenary doing presumably war crimes in Iraq. That's cool. I like this. People who cosplay as Bolsheviks, we actually can't have anything to do with former soldiers, which is like such a cool... People who are about to take my I love doing this because it's such an easy format to make fun of. People are about to take my order at a restaurant. Are you ready to order? Or should I give you a few minutes? It's my favorite. Sometimes people go so insane. Like I guess I have to already be insane. I remember there was just, like, a really strange tweet someone made about like how trans men have no problems. It's like trans men talking about the hardest problem they have. Oh, I just need to get on testosterone and then I'll be fine. I just like replied to it like, I'm about to go to the store. Does anyone need anything? And I remember that lady made like 5 tweets about it. It's cool. And I mean, being criticized on Twitter isn't fun. It's just, um, what does it mean? It's a non sequitur. Every time Blackwater ended up in an actual fight, they ate shit. That's not a surprise to me. Blackwater in 2018 is crazy. Yeah, like you're 25 or whatever, and you're like, this is a good career path. I think this is a good moral use of my time. It's Academy now. Am I dead naming? Am I dead naming? I don't think so. Oh, without an E. That's awesome. I searched Academy and I spelled it wrong. And it's the first thing is a link to the Yandere simulator. That's cool. That's a great. I mean, I guess it makes sense if you think about it. That type of game of like you're like it's like an interactive romance thing. The only taste of that I've ever had was doing the Skyrim sex mods for that podcast episode. Um he was 34. That's awesome. Yeah, that's pretty much exactly like conscripting like peasant or allying with like peasant conscript Russians in 1917. That's a war junkie. That's like a for the podcast episode. Yeah, honestly, it is quite funny to do. It took me literally 10 hours to install all the things for the Skyrim sex mods, and it's just really funny to be playing Skyrim, and then you're interrupted with like a long, surprisingly long animated like sex scene where you just have to like watch them do it. And presumably, because like you don't control it, presumably it's like, I think I used Lover's Love. I think that was, you can go listen to it. It's on the Perverts podcast. Um, because like what it basically just became was that like all of the Skyrim infrastructure for mods was so, um, like built up that if you wanted to play a video game where you're having sex, it's like, well, just use the Skyrim mods because there's so many mods for this already. Like the platform is so like goated. So the QA pod, yeah. Um, so yeah, there's just like a million. If you have a fetish, there's probably a Skyrim sex mod about it. Um, I think the funniest one has got to be the like magical chastity cage quest, which I can't even remember. It's a specific item you equip that gives you some abilities. But it's like such a hilarious because you can tell obviously this is I guess not like it's someone's sexual fetish that they've developed into like a surprisingly well done quest that obviously uses like AI voice lines. But like someone has put a lot of hours into doing this. Of course, there are Skyrim sex gods for being in a loving monogamous relationship. You say that sarcastically, but I honestly think that's probably 70% of what like the straight male gamers want. They're like, I want to romance this character and I want her to be my wife. More racism in Windhelm is very funny. Voiced bigoted NPCs. I mean, look, it's realism. That's the problem. That's the problem with Baldur's Gate. Is there's not enough like it's an unrealistically small amount of racism towards like Drow. Like canonically, Drow like would not show their face outside of the Underdark. Everyone would be like, "Oh, kill that guy." I should make a mod for that. More Baldur's Gate, more racism. Making the Stormcloaks more fashy. I mean, it does kind of make sense if you think about it. That's probably better. Height. Anyway, what's been going on in politics? Trump is still alive, although his mood is like ailing. I saw a story about his mood ailing and that he's talking about heaven a lot, which I think is a very funny concept. That he's just like he's worried about whether he's gonna go to heaven or not. He's doing the classic like this feels like a classic like Balkan grandparent thing where like you only become religious when you're like 80. Like Trump didn't believe in God. Um before like everything started slowing down quite a bit for him. You know what I mean? There's no shot. He hardly believes in God now. I think he does now. I think he's like semi-recovered from the stroke. Do you think maybe that made him believe in God? It's like a reverse. Well, I guess that's not a reverse. I guess that's just the exact same direction. It'd be funny if he did a reverse Fetterman though. Folks Antifa. We love him, don't we, folks? There's AOC. We love her. She's very smart. We're gonna do the Green New Deal. Big beautiful bill. Should have called it the Green New Deal. Yeah, he's typing folks with an S on or with an X on Truth Social. Am I going out like Stan Chera was such a classic? Feeling like the white Stan Chera. Will Trump get into heaven? It really makes you think. It's cool that the rule for that is that you have to say sorry. You just have to say sorry. Am I crazy? Isn't that the point? You just have to be like sorry. And then you're fine, and then you can get into heaven. I am a new atheist. I'm a militant atheist. We're bringing it back. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if you're mad about that. Your people shouldn't be fucking ruining it for everyone, being overwhelmingly the worst voting bloc and causing all like quite a bit of the death and destruction of the American state right now is being specifically run by a Christian logic. We're bringing it back. I'm sorry. The militant atheists weren't atheists enough. Atheist style jizya attacks. That's woke 3. We're gonna do that for woke 3. I told you like woke 2 is dead. Or woke 1 is dead. Woke 2 is gonna come back, and then there's gonna be another backlash. And then woke 3, it's gonna be the Islam Atheist Alliance. Islamo-gauchisme, as they say in France. And they're gonna do a jizya tax, but against Christians. We're not even at woke 2 yet. We're getting there though. No, I mean I feel like the obvious attitude I have about religion is that it's not an empirical question. Like that's the whole point of faith, as it's structured in Western religious discourse. Is that a brown? Jignero, thank you. Like Woke 2's reaction of President JD Vance. And then they get like an actual figure that can lead right wing movement, and then the Woke 2's gone. And then that's the, you know. But yeah, like that religion in Western discourse is a question of faith. It's not an empirical question. So it's not a debate. There's no debate to be had, really. In that sense, from the non-religious perspective, it's like debating someone who likes strawberries. It's like, I don't know. By your own admission, it's not an empirical question. It requires faith. That's the whole point of it, at least under my understanding, for Abrahamic religion. But yeah, it's bad when it's in government. That's obviously not good, and a more secular society is generally better. And if, you know, if that makes you mad, then make a non-secular society where I can live a good life. I don't know, I feel like that's... just like the Zoomer versus millennial... Is there a Liv Agar Zoomer versus millennial debate? Is there a debate? Is there a discourse happening? Whether I'm a Zoomer? I think I'm a Zoomer. I think I'm a Zoomer. I think I deserve not having to be a millennial. What else has been going on? One Liv Agar versus 20 Zillennial Reply guys. Story of my freaking life. More like it. This is awesome. We already watched this, but it's so funny.
The Wired story and expanded it with even more outrageous claims, suggesting that it's AIPAC or IPAC. I don't even know how it's pronounced. IPAC, that is funding this show or other creators. Of course.
Which is so cool. I think that's so funny. Why would you say that? Like, why would you say that? I assume that was live. Like, if that was like a recorded thing and they're like, that's the take we're going with. It's like the Russell Brand responding to allegations video where he's like, on the recorded video, he's like, all of the allegations against me are, and then it's a very visible cut, and then it's like false. It's like, that's crazy. That's crazy that that's your best cut. That's your best. That's probably not good. I think my Twitter thing is being funky. Hold on. TV/Livik. There we go. As in the guy who eats ghosts. Yes, this is a very funny tweet. Squinty is my Irish is like a good $50 for only fins, funds, fangs. What even is this? That's very funny. His brother was an Anti-Defamation League employee. That one is so funny. For so long, I was like even mutuals with people who were like left wing, like it's like the conspiracy theory debunking scholarship, like community circuit, whatever. People who like worked with the ADL and were like, oh, we're just so happy, we're just so sad about all this other stuff, but like they're doing important work. It's like, really? Like, I wonder how long that, because surely that doesn't exist anymore. The death of that type of person was the Elon Musk killer salute. But it was so obviously not a good institution. Yeah, that's awesome. Not being like a political commentator for like 20 years and not pretending you don't know how to pronounce AIPAC. This is awesome. I'm amazed with some things. Matt Iglesias is such a fascinating character insofar as he really is just like he represents ruling like sort of Dem ideology, and he just makes enough takes, like just doesn't really think much about doesn't think much about the takes before he makes them, that it's just enough that I don't know he is able to. It's kind of Harrisism. It's also about like takes. I feel like this is a common thing among liberal pundits in general. Is like I'm not going to develop a real structural account of the world. I'm just going to post takes, and then people get bogged down in those takes and trying to debunk them. And it's really, you know what it reminds me of? It's exactly what it reminds me of is the Andor, like against anti-fascism pamphlet, but about takes. That just he makes so many takes that you just get attempting to get bogged down in debunking all of them, all of the poorly thought out takes, is useless because as soon as you're done that, he's got 10 more takes. Just always a person who has an opinion about current thing. It is hard to be a public intellectual that is like, well, we need to be measured. I don't know. I need to research more about this. It's much easier to grab everyone's attention. I mean, especially if you're supporting ruling ideology. It's like, well, this is useful. We can prop you up. Well, Ayla's got a whole other thing going on. I feel like I view Ayla as an oddly sympathetic character. In the sense, I kind of feel bad for her. Like I don't feel bad for Maddie. Like she's got a very, yeah, it's a very strange. Ayla is like almost innocent in my mind. Like when she says something stupid, it's like she don't got internet yet. I think Ayla is like hypersexual. CSA survival I think that's her deal. Which again, I'm like, this is a much more sympathetic. Like she says evil things, obviously, but I can't help but feel sympathetic about the thing that she has going on. Ayla is in the Cayman Fluffer meme with the. She faces too much unjustified to want to hate her. Yeah. I mean, she has evil opinions, obviously. I'm just scrolling her timeline and she's like retweeting the Cremio like race science guy who remember broke that the Mamdani story. Ayla's this lady. She had a tweet that was a flow chart of an orgy she hosted, where it was like it kept track of where all of the men came, like what happened to them. Does she have a Wikipedia page? That's awesome. It's so cool. Damn. Guys in her life want to kill her. Is it guys in her life that want to kill her? I feel like that's probably on brand. Gnome post. I don't know what that means. Yeah, it's very having a flowchart for an orgy is level autism after respect. Yeah. Then she takes 2 showers a year. That's crazy. The smegma. I can't say I've heard of that one. Anyway, there's so many different types of guys on Twitter. Many types of guys on Twitter for those with the eyes to see. She's raised in a religious cult. Yeah, it's not a good start. Do you know what I mean? it's not a good start. Like, I can't say the place she ended up was especially good, but it's like, yeah, that's a hard. Toxica, thank you for the tier 1. And try to be an abolitionist about harm. You have to look at where things come from, etc. It's not, you can't say it's a very good start. Blair White moving to California is so awesome because she was living in Texas before. And it's funny because the official reason she's like, well, I'm doing show business, going into the show business industry. And it's like, Blair White should be the only one who has to live in Texas. They should let all the other girlies leave and they should fund them, and then Blair White should have to stay there. Barely 50% bust rate. I feel like that's just a hard place to bust is a funny thing to say. Like, you're at an orgy. It's not even an orgy. It's really weird. Like, the way that the graph implies it, the Ayla graph about the orgy, it implies that the point, it's not like a bunch of men and women show up who are straight, or it's like there's like bisexual stuff going on. It's literally just that 20 guys show up to specifically have sex with one woman. And it's not like a gangbang thing. It's like one at a time. You know, it's like there's a line, which like, is that classified as a train, you think? I guess so. I guess that would be a train. I love group sex typology. But like, I feel like that's a lot of pressure if you're just some random guy. And like the guys, I don't think the guys who are going to these are especially good looking. I think it is a bit of like what was that insane, the bestiality guy? Do you guys remember that? What is his name? This guy. There's a thing of them, like there's a photo of them together that implied they'd had sex or something. Do you guys remember that? I'm not hallucinating. That guy's a freak, yeah. That guy's a freak. No. Different. I think he's like chaser bisexual. I don't think that's the cat boy who dated Fuentes, although that's a very funny suggestion. No, he's like an insane econ PhD. Where's the photo? I can't remember. I can't find it, but like I'm just saying there's a lot of pressure on these guys who are placed in the train. It makes sense that it's kind of, it is like an insanely awkward thing. I was gonna make a joke about like, oh, you know, it's a bunch of guys who are into, oh, that'd be so cool, but it sounds like it would probably be kind of weird that it's just a guy, like a bunch of guys in a line and they're waiting to take turns having sex with you. And then there's like fluffers as well, I guess. I wonder how many fluffers there were. How do you think how do you think she got the fluffers? Is it like one of her friends? Just doesn't. Yeah, it smelled like crazy in there, yeah. I know it smelled crazy in there, etc., etc. Anyway, it doesn't sound very good to me. It's probably people she knew. Okay, what else is happening? I'm kind of tired today. I'm trying to not have Vyvanse as much. So I just had some ice cream. Five didn't even bang her. Like they went to the event. That's a cool. I mean, it's like a social thing. You're just like I picture it. So it's like she's on the couch with one guy, and there's literally just a line of naked men, and there's like they're in a line, and then there's like a stand here like tape thing facing towards the couch, and they're all just in the line. You know, like it's like you're going to the DMV or whatever, and it's like stand here. I assume, I don't know. This is my image of what the DMV looks like in America. Um, you're just kind of waiting around, maybe chatting with the guy behind you about the what is the conversation like at the Ayla train gangbang? I feel like it's probably the
Is that
girl ephemeral. Thank
around
you.
here?
The gangbang train DMV. Um, I mean, I assume it's an orderly queue. Yeah, maybe that's too like maybe the Americans don't do it that way. I'm thinking it's too orderly than it is. This is not the 100 guys in a day off, girl. That's a whole other thing that's going on. If you don't know what you're tuning into, don't worry about it. We're talking about the Ayla lady, the gangbang flowchart that she had. Let me pull it up. It's a diagram. The birthday gangbang. 15 didn't come as very funny. I'm fascinated about got tickets is also funny. Is this like a you purchased a thing, or is it like a random lottery draw? Do you know what I mean? So you respond to a survey, and then there's an interview. Is it pay to win? It's fucked up. Um, yeah, what happened with the 5 guys who didn't bang Ayla? They were just kind of hanging around there. 25 friends. How many of the 25 friends do you think went here? Like, imagine you invite your friend to the gangbang, and then they just don't buy a ticket. Do you think they rented a space? Because surely you just like do that at your house. I guess 42 people is like a lot of people to host. I don't know. This is probably no, probably not a hotel. Airbnb would be so funny. Is that a problem? Do you think there's like a tension between like Airbnb renters or landlords not wanting people to film OnlyFans stuff in their thing? I just thought of that right now. Haven't thought too much about the like logistics of OnlyFans in my life. But if you're doing it in like a I guess it'd be pretty no pets, no fluffers. Yeah. Putting no fluffers in your rental contract. Here's a post about the logistics. I'm worried. I went to the Ayla gangbang and all I got was this bathrobe and also to fuck a porn star. That's awesome. I assume she's charging. So she has an organizer team. Nothing to set up and run this event. A full-time amount of work. Are they getting paid, or are they just like don't scroll down? Okay. Oh yeah. Yeah. I should have no, definitely not scrolling. So there is I can't show it because it's got nudity in it. But it's an image with the caption "The Fluffers in a pre-gangbang huddle." And it's like 4 or 5 women, some of whom do not have clothes on, and they're just like they're in a huddle. Um, um, yeah. Tickets to attend were free, but had optional donations. That's crazy. Using like the Twitch streamer model of, of revenue. 81% of people paid something. I wanna know the 19% of guys who attended for free. That's awesome. Average donation was $63. Okay. So we're running an institution here. Why not 6-7? Yeah, exactly. No dono. Public Wi-Fi, stolen phone, no dono. Free ticket to the Ayla gangbang. No one turned away for lack of funds on the flyer. Yeah. I can't remember why I started talking about this. Yeah, that's the Ayla is evil, but I'm oddly like there's some part of it I feel sympathetic about. Specifically whatever she's got going on there. Stuff at the networking at the bottom. Okay, god damn it, I'll go back to it. I won't. Huh. That's a fascinating. What is? I have penises. I've never before had such a controlled experiment of penis experiences. Usually I'm experiencing penises in different positions, while in different moods. But this was just one penis after the other, and the differences were really apparent. I found I completely changed. That is a funny, like, see, this is the part of Ayla that I love. I think it's great. I found I completely changed my mind about a specific penis trait, and this will update the way I think about penises moving forward. Nervousness, a God complex, and cope does make me feel. That's sad, but this is, you wouldn't think about it, right? Because technically, that is like the easiest way of getting a sample size of like what's your favorite thing. Because there's so many variables. But first, oh, and then this post is for paid subscribe. So I would have to paid subscribe to hear her more of her thoughts on penises. That's so smart. That's so smart of her. I was like, tell me more, Ayla. Which traits? Cut or uncut, Ayla? The world is dying to know. Cut or uncut? She traffics girls for sex parties? Is this true? That's not good. I don't endorse that. Her audience tech bros? Absolutely. You know the train for having the coldest penis? That would be funny if she was like, I love a cold penis. That was her takeaway. She's like the Ghislaine Maxwell. That's not good. I think that's Ghislaine Maxwell for tech guys. Ghislaine is the Ghislaine for tech guys, first off. Penis burnout, you'd have to do multiple rounds in randomized order. That's a good point. Look, we're getting there though. Because you would think, yeah, like normally there's so much more with relation to the experience that defines a sexual encounter that it's kind of hard to abstract, or it's harder. It was pretty well. Okay, well, you don't. As it turns out, you don't have to hand it to Ayla. They should invent like autistic sex girl who is an evil. who does those sort of posts, but isn't evil about it. A double-blind penis trial? That's gotta be a premise for a porn thing already. Anyway, you know what's crazy? I made this post I made this post on Twitter. I did not realize how high the circumcision rate is for like white Americans. I guess it's white and black Americans. You guys are circed up. Like it's very common. Because Canada, like it had the similar sort of WASP insane thing in the 20th century with the cereal company creator who was like, we should do this because people will have sex less or whatever. Yeah, it was the Kellogg. How high is it? And right now it's like 65 or something, and that's like very low. It used to be much higher. That's the thing. The anti-circumcision is such a fascinating cause because like I totally agree. Like especially in a case where it's just like not religious at all. It's just like, oh yeah, you were cut because you were a wasp, and your mom was like, oh I want it to be done like the way that my husband was or whatever, and the doctor's like, okay. Like that's pretty understandable, I think. It's just literally I cannot take them seriously. You guys see, like I thought it was a bit. I didn't realize it was real. They'll wear white pants and then have like a red spot near their crotch. And that's like the activist, like powerful, like when vegans will like, like pretend to be like murdered animals or whatever. Yeah, it just looks like they're like free bleeding in white. Oh, that's not. Yeah, there's a lot of. Okay, here we go. Like that's crazy. Like that's crazy, bro. So I would like to shout out the Orthodox Church for not doing this. Yeah, I don't. Is the idea from Kellogg generally that it's like harder to jerk off? Oh my god, this is like well produced. It's like one of those like aura. Vote no on circumcision. Which party is that? What's the anti-circumcision party? Critical support to. Is that like the Greens? I feel like the Greens are like cranky enough. It's boys being crazy in a harmless way. They're it's just such a crazy, yeah. I can't stop thinking about it. Cause I don't know, that's the thing is like if you're mad about it, it's like fair. Party you can only join. Well, you surely they have sympathy. Maybe it's a thing you can only join it if you are cut, right? It's like you can't go to Alcoholics Anonymous if you're like I just like support you guys doing your thing. I think it's bad. I think too much drinking is not good. Like you would have to assume it's where to make their life cause. I wonder if for some of them it's like they experienced some sort of botched circumcision. I don't know the actual rates for that, but it does happen. It certainly does. It certainly happens. What let me. Watch circumcision rate. 0.5 to 1.5% for newborns. That's complication rate though. That's still a lot of people though. Um, 14,000 American babies are injured every year in botched circumcisions. What does RFK Jr. think about circumcision? That feels like a weird issue that'd be right up his alley. Because surely he's able to do whatever he wants at this point. Don't you think like? Did you think he'd be like really passionate about that? Let me find he might actually be against it. Hold on. Tuesday night, President Donald Trump delivered a joint address to Congress. His speech focused on an array of topics. His remarks saluted his administration's cuts to funding for male circumcision in Mozambique, a country struggling to hit target rates for the procedure. Oh, and then that's the other argument, is it reduces HIV infection. So literally today in the Trump speech, he was like, shout out to us for removing the foreign aid things for... That's weak. I think that's kind of a good reason. I think that's probably the only good reason I've heard objectively, is that it like substantially decreases HIV transmission rates. Is it marginal? I thought it was an actually significant increase. I was looking at the odds before. Is the science not that certain? Circumcision, HIV rates. I guess it's hard. I guess it's a hard thing to... I thought the data was that it was... What is it? Is there any... Wikipedia. It's also fucked up that it's way more likely to get it bottoming. Which is the funniest, like, how does male circumcision prevent against HIV? Most dramatic evidence of the protective effect of circumcision comes from a new study of couples in Uganda who had discordant HIV status. HIV positive, but was not. No infections occurred among any of the 50 circumcised men over 30 months, whereas 40 of the 137 uncircumcised men became infected during this time. I think that's probably a good reason. See, that's what I thought. Which is obviously a much more pressing issue in a country with HIV rates that are much higher. Is especially in a context of like, we have PrEP though. Well, you guys don't fucking have PrEP anymore. I don't think. Yeah, I don't know what's happening with that. I think it's much less available even in America now, right? Or they want to make it less available. It's less effective than just using condoms, but it's a kitchen sink thing, I assume. In a country where like a lot of people have or are at risk of being infected with HIV, you kind of just kitchen sink it, right? Isn't that a reasonable position? Like what is the specific example of Mozambique? 12.5% of adults in Mozambique have HIV, which is a lot. I don't know. Maybe there's some nuanced discussion of. There's always a nuanced discussion of public health and how these like European, administrations are exerting power on a group, and Mozambique is not the largest in terms of rates. There are some countries that are higher. PrEP is overwhelmingly the best protection, yeah. It's a PrEP is a miracle drug. Like genuinely, it's crazy. Like, um, I mean, for all of the doctors, like it was a relief as well for like the doctors who were being like the gay rights movement had really actively organized into the 90s, like with ACT UP, for instance, to put a lot of concentrated pressure against American medical institutions to like actually get a response to the AIDS crisis. And those doctors were pretty lucky that they found or created PrEP, that was possible. Because it really is like it's the closest to curing HIV you can get without actually curing it. If you're on, well, the PrEP itself is like, if you take the daily version, I don't even know if they have an example of someone contracting HIV if they're taking the daily version properly. Usually the case is it's like, oh, they forgot to take it for a couple days and they were just like having raw anal sex with people they didn't know. But then subsequently the PrEP is for like not getting it, but then as it also functions as a medication. I can't remember what it's called, something else for people who have HIV, and it just makes it like completely undetectable in your bloodstream. Like you still have it, and if you stop taking the medication, it'll resurface. But like I believe that if you're on that medication, you're able to like technically able to give blood with zero risk at all of transmitting. Now they don't want you to still. HIV has technically been cured a couple times. That makes sense. Inner foreskin has more susceptible cells. That's probably. I mean, presumably. Undetectable is untransmittable. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. Because we think of it in our conscience, and like I admittedly still kind of feel this way about like fear of getting it. We think of it as like a death sentence or as a thing that like fundamentally changes. But really, if you have access to the medication, it should not affect your life in any way except for like the medication. I think there's some minor side effects. It's not good for your liver or it damages it. Do I still live in a Greek restaurant lobby? Thank you for asking, but I do not. So yeah, I guess the Trump administration's take on circumcision is that it's bad, but they somehow managed to make that take in like the most evil way possible. Administration's cuts to funding for male circumcision in Mozambique. There's a thing called RFK. There's a post titled RFK Jr. on the Intactivist subreddit. Does anyone know RFK's stance on circumcision? I know that he's questioning a lot of U.S. medical procedure. Historically, I like this. The Kennedys didn't circumcise, being Irish Catholic. The proof of this. Do I want to know the proof of this? The proof of this is that JFK was circumcised in his 20s for medical issue, and apparently was unhappy about it. That's crazy. I did not know that JFK went through an adult circumcision. I don't believe RFK Jr. will have anything to say about circumcision. Doesn't matter when he's a Mad Ben. The USA cut funding for circumcision. See, this is the funny thing about the Intactivists, that they're like, it's fucked up that they're preventing all those people from catching HIV. Now we need to do the same for USA, which is so funny because it's like, do you think that USAID is the thing that's causing people to get circumcised in America? Like I guess that's the conspiracy. The problem with a politician criticizing circumcision is that he's literally criticizing the penises of millions of men. I mean, that is true, I guess. I guess that is kind of the... It's hard to be popular when you're telling millions of men that there's something wrong with their penises. Bell Smell, thank you for the raid. I'm sorry for... I'm sorry for what you walked into. We're on the Intactivist subreddit. This is a great subreddit, actually. If this movement even thinks about rallying behind Meg and RFK Jr., I'm leaving. What does leaving the Intactivist movement look like? I mean, what does being a part of the Intactivist movement look like? I'm really surprised that RFK Jr. hasn't done an Intactivist thing, though. He means getting more Takeonomics, actually. Yes. It's just vaginoplasty. Yeah, this is a great subreddit. I'm looking at Intactivism. I'm trying to find the text posts because I feel like those are... Oh yes, this is awesome. University professor brought up circumcision during lecture. It's like those r/atheism posts where it's like, I was debating my irrational Christian professor. Or no, it's the inverse, right? I was debating my atheist professor as a Christian, like the God is not dead stuff. I'm a freshman in college. I recently began a general psychology course. Part of the type of sexuality. I actually do wonder how they would bring up circumcision. Eventually reach a discussion regarding circumcision. To keep things short, he said that circumcision is such a strange thing that we do. Oh, he's woke. Imagine a baby being born. He brought up some articles in conjunction with the American Health Association. Bold of the important parts of the article. How is it money driven? I don't understand. Goodbye, Witch Money. I don't understand why it would be money driven. Like who? HA agrees that benefits are not worthwhile. Brought up the statistics and showed is a poor correlation between HIV. I guess there wasn't as much data. That one study that linked seems actually, I guess, not conclusive in the literal sense. Witch Bunny, thank you. Okay, so it's. I thought this was gonna be a debate thing. What, do you guys see that Twitter post? That was like it was someone who was like debating their professor about some politics thing. And she's like, and he wasn't even aware of X or Y event. This is too generic. I can't remember the specific details. People turned it into a meme format though, where it was like, professor says this, and it's like, me, hand up. Actually, I think it was about Stalin. It was like Holodomor or something. Yes, it must have been someone. It must have been like an ML undergraduate debating Stalin to her history professor. This is a cool title for it. I told my 10-year-old intact son. My 10-year-old intact son is crazy. I hate my intact son. But I told my 10-year-old intact son about circumcision. His reaction surprised me. Which is awesome because it's like showing Stalin Barry Gulag at my professor, yeah. I have two sons, age 11 and 10. The younger one and I were on our backyard. I didn't know how it came up. We talked about circumcision. I've been a raving intactivist since I was pregnant with the first one. They were both intact. I guess I wanted to warn him about locker room stuff. Like, this is one of those things where it's like, how am I supposed to... It's like the intactivist version of homophobia, of like, how am I supposed to explain to my son that some of the boys have penises that are very slightly different than theirs if you really look up close. Something you probably wouldn't notice. I actually do think that is the dynamic, Young Thick, is circumcised father who's like, I'm giving my intact son a life that like I never could have. um I wanted to know about locker room stuff. I wanted him to know in advance what it was and why some boys look one way and how he looks, to never let anyone make him feel ashamed. Is this an American thing? Has anyone ever been bullied? This feels like an anti-Semitic stereotype. Like this is neurotic boy mom. No. This is a. Actually, I guess we don't know the gender. No, you're right. It's Lady Jade. This is lady. This is a lady who's like, because that's extra funny. His dad is cut, but was able to put that. Yeah. So this is someone who's been like pilled on into activism. As a woman who's been impelled on into activism because of let me know in advance. So it, like, to be clear, in America, no one gets bullied for being uncut, right? Because I know you guys will cut way more. Like, surely that's not a maybe. Is that a thing? Like, is that ever? It's definitely real in certain parts of America. Circumcised dads can have uncircumcised kids. I mean, presumably not 3 years ago, because it used to be like the rates for like white and black Americans used to be like 90% in like the 70s. It's crazy. Um, he of course asked what circumcision was and why people do it. I told him all about it. He started sobbing. He thanks me profusely for protecting him. I just wanted to share. But it's so funny because it's like if you have a 10-year-old child, you can make them believe anything. Like it's not a surprise that the way that you explain circumcision, you know what I mean? Like they believe Santa's. You told them Santa was real and they believed it. Um, Son just born, stayed intact. My son was just born a few days ago, and they only asked us once if we wanted them to circumcise him. We said no. 20 years ago, my previous son was born. That's a crazy. They asked, and they had to ask us 6 times and tried to convince us that having him circumcised would give him zero chance for AIDS or STDs. Yeah, I do think that was actually a. I mean, I guess that's how you get it to like literally 90% is you have like doctors who believe that there's like a medical consensus about it being beneficial. That is the thing about it, because it's like, yeah, that is that is it's probably not good. I can't square the discordance of like, but this is still ridiculous. Like, um, go into that guy's account, this one. Canada still had the effects of the like WASP 20th century circumcision thing, but not nearly as much. It's substantially lower. This is just they're just posting, they posted their food. It's very r/Austin. I don't think it's as, I think it's a normie. They did post a headline, Pink kicks out circumcision protester at concert. Which, like, why are you going to a Pink concert to protest circumcision? That's not where that's happening. Like, what are you? Pink circumcised her son and posted online once. Oh, I see. Which, like, perfectly valid place to protest circumcision. Yeah, it's so cool being a celebrity. Like, you just post any detail about your life, and then you like, I just, I just picture like she's performing, and then she looks out into the crowd, and there's like there's like a spot in the crowd of like it's like white and red, and she's like, why are those people dressed in like and they're holding up signs, And you're like, oh, it must be they like us. And you look more, and they've got it's all white, and they've got the red spot near and they're yelling at you. They're not like singing the song. um, um, wait, is Pink Jewish? Oh, she's Jew. Okay, because that adds like a self-described Irish, German, Lithuanian Jew, and her mother is Jewish. Because like the crazy thing about going to like, I feel like at that point you just gotta boycott. If like the thought of supporting an artist who has like a circumcised child makes you mad, you just have to not support any Jewish people. I feel like at that point, um, because that's where it gets a little more icky. This discussion about like, it's so funny to be like a WASP and do that though. I mean, presumably, like, if you're a WASP and you don't like this, wouldn't you just mainly be concerned with other WASPs? I guess because you're like, what if I marry a Jewish woman and she's like, what's my culture? It's probably, anyway, it's a fascinating, it's a fascinating phenomenon, r slash intactivism. They don't like, it is like, I think it is like, my understanding of the intactivist politics is it probably is like swing district Democrats, the people who are like Donald Trump needs to be executed or whatever. You know, like people who have the militancy of Maoists, but before the Democratic Party. Like they like we need to do a Democrat military coup. Iceland banned circumcision. That's that's such an oddly specific. Yes, Andrew Yang was like anti-circumcision for a second, and then he was like, never mind, because he got like pushback. Yeah, I mean that is the problem with like total intactivism is that it like outside of like the WASP phenomenon, like most of the people who are getting circumcised, it's like, well, you should probably just not be. You probably shouldn't be like protesting them in virtue of just them continuing a cultural practice. That does actually get into Sam Harris territory. Live a Jewish community for a decent amount of time. There's a mixed opinion on circumcision with them. I feel like that's a intra community discourse. That's why I'm like the intactivist stuff against WASPs getting circumcision is like, well, that's great. Like, yeah, you should. It's an intra community discourse. WASPs are trying to make WASPs not do it. Um. Anyway, is there like a counter intactivist subreddit? Do you think? The buying count is when I forget like a really obvious word or I screw up a phrase. Circumcision. Intactivist snark. Um, I don't know if there is. Yeah. Like, are there people who are like really I guess the only reason anyone would ever like I want to know the community of like wasps who are getting the circumcision because of the cultural heritage of insane weird um a cereal company man who is like we should circumcise the white children because it'll make them jerk off less and they don't get smegma or whatever. I want to know like someone who's the heritage of that who's like I'm so happy about the situation. And those intactivists, fuck them. I want to know. I want to see that community. Um, because people do get adult circumcisions, right? Which I feel like is probably the worst combination. Like that's the worst outcome. There's r slash circumcision. There's circumcision grief. There's circumcision erotica. Circumcisions, which I think is also is a not safe for work subreddit. I think it's just a photo of penises. Circumcision fetish, which I feel like at that point it's not really a fetish. I mean, I guess you can make it a fetish if you want to. R slash men's rights. Um, circumcision parents. Teaching and celebrating parents who want to have their sons kept intact. Oh, okay. It's more intactivist. Um, yeah, there's really no pro. There's the foreskin restoration subreddit, which I can't imagine that's possible, right? Like, are they like debating whether it's possible? Like they're trying to put their heads together and find a way to do it? Circumcision tomorrow. Okay, so this is like a guy who's getting an adult circum. Is this about getting? I think the subreddit or slash circumcision is about getting like adult ones. Yeah, it's like it's literally questions about. Okay, this is the subreddit. I found it. This is a subreddit for people getting adult circumcisions, which I guess there are some medical reasons. Maybe there must be, presumably. We are still talking about circumcision. My Google search history is going to be so as an adult. Like there are the but like I feel like the answer of like well it's like you're less likely to get HIV and then it's also easier for hygiene or whatever is like not enough. If you're like a white American as an adult to like from what is that? Is that a thing I don't want to Google? Um cannot stretch too large people. Okay. In that one, I guess in that one I guess okay, I guess presumably in that one. All your devices have been listening, yeah. Yeah, Alexa's doing it for me. Okay, these are all like the post of it is funny because it's like it's been exactly 1 year since my circumcision. This is what it looks like now. Could not be happier. Um I MC London and had my friend removed too. Wait, what FREN? What does that mean? Is this like a groiper? A frenulum. What is a frenulum? Um It was cut for personal choice, no medical condition. It's less sensitive, but I have noticed no reduction in pleasure. Why some? So that is crazy to me. I want to know why someone just chose to do that as an adult. It's hard to test, but I feel like my orgasms actually increased in intensity, which I did not expect at all. That's crazy. So there must be people bullying people about like not being cut for this person to exist. Um yeah, like this one, my adult circumcision, how I made the cut for my new religion. Like that's another reason, you know, you want to like become Jewish as an adult. You want to, you know, I guess that's presumably a requirement if you want to convert. I would imagine. This one's weird, the circumcision subreddit, because it does feel like a weird combination of like they're posting their results and their feelings, but then it's also like this comment. It's a not safe for work thing, which is clearly a photo of a penis, and the replies are like, "Dude, you look amazing. Nice cut. Looks amazing. Minimal scar. Ellipses. Great job." Like this is a subreddit for gay men to jerk off to, right? Like looks fantastic. Excellent outcome and great healing. Nice cock, bro. um yeah, I guess there must be guys who are just like, I just want adult circumcision. I want to know more about them. They're because none of these are like really in-depth explainers. Yeah, like this is like a fetish thing. Here's one where it's a before and after of the post is titled 6-year anniversary getting circumcised. One guy responds, definitely improvement, and then they're like, and then thumbs up. Have not regretted it a single day so far. And then you reply, same here, with this like the it's fascinating. It's just a subreddit for dudes to dudes to rock, I guess. Sorry, these comments are so funny. This guy says, nice bro, our ducks actually look quite similar, and I got circed yesterday, same style. Hope it heals like yours. But someone replies to that, oof, my condolences to you on the subpar dick. So we have like anti-circumcision people in here too. It's not a It's just so funny. They post like it's like trans surgeries where there's like 7 month result from doctor such and such, and someone's like, I'm getting that doctor soon as well. I guess it's like a very specific, like not that many people do adult circumcisions. This one, you are a perfect example of how a circumcision upgrades a penis. Okay, I want to see the message history of that guy because I assume it's just like it's just gay porn, right? Yeah, no, it's just gay porn. Yeah, the comment is just gay porn. Um, yeah. This is, you know what? This is like the argument. This is how circumcision has continued. Like the anti-activist culture hasn't like caught on. You go to the anti-activist subreddit, the anti-circumcision, everyone is like so miserable. They're terrible. They're so sad. And then you go to the pro circumcision subreddits and they're like, nice cock, man. I'm liking the cock you got on. You can see how that's like. I am fascinated. There are not enough of these are people who are like breaking down my experience with circumcision. Here we go. Reading the subreddit for a long time and appreciate the information shared by others. Reasoning. I visited the urologist after having tight foreskin. Oh, okay. Okay. So it's like a medical reason again. So that's one that I'm less. I'm sorry that I'm just like staying on this because I streamed yesterday and I talked a bunch and I don't know what to talk about, and this is very funny to me. I'm sorry. Big dick problems versus small dick problems is another classic. Another classic subreddit penis distinction or like schism. And I don't like. I feel like all of the jokes here have just been like are just gonna be a retread of like the Cumtown episode. But it is quite funny that like all the big dick problem subreddit. It's guys who are like, they're like sometimes I feel discriminated against because of how attracted women are to me. You know, I feel like they only want me for my massive penis. And then the small dick subreddits, it's like, you know, the pinned post is like the suicide hotline. Balkan laughing at circumcision feels like a meme that probably exists. All right. I mean, listen, let's not think about it in that way. Okay. I'm only laughing at wasp circumcision. That's the only one. Big problem is 80% of guys realizing. Is it 80%? Or like it's composed of 85%? Yeah. Yeah, because that's not the thing of like condoms fit everything. Is certainly not. This is interesting. This guy posts before and after circumcision. And it's interesting. There's like different ways to do it. I'm learning now. So this guy's like, why low and tight? And then he replies, it was a recommendation. And then the reply, so he recommended the greatest reduction of sensitivity for you. And then the guy replies, and it looks the most neat when you have it done as an adult. So it's like an aesthetic thing. I prefer to be cut for hygiene and looks. That's crazy. That is crazy. Anyways. Yeah. No, it's wild. It's a wild world we have out there. That's true about vagina neuroticism. What's that? I want to know that tweet. Yeah, I mean, look, if you opt into it, and this is the thing about, I feel like every medic is like, if you opt into it and you know the risks and the effects, I don't see. Do you think there are anti-activist guys who are like, that still should be banned? Like, that's a very difficult, because presumably the anti-activist logic is built upon like lack of medical tyranny for the most part. Like you need to consent. It's so funny, like it's all like the same guy. Every time they mention a doctor, it's Dr. Bidair, I think. It's just a one guy. Best adult circumcision, California. Dr. Badera began performing circumcision in 1998. He needs to work with men of all ages to restore their sexual and personal comfort. That's a crazy specialization. The penis surgeon. Have you guys seen the which I can't remember. Was that like a Wired article? I feel like it's Wired in my head of like all of the horror stories from penis enlargement stuff. It's like horrific. They really don't know how to do that. Which like feels sad to me. You know, especially in a case where it's like, you know, someone who's like doing fine, but then it's like, you know, whatever porn. I would imagine that is like a people like to do the thing of like, oh, you know, the reason why men do X, Y evil thing is because they watch porn. And I am like a lot of the times I'm skeptical of that of like, well, no, it's just like they were doing that before at similar rates. But I feel like that and that is one of probably at least a couple examples where it's like that's clearly a thing that's gotten worse because of pornography. Kiro syndrome. If you find yourself constantly feeling that your genitals are shrinking, psychiatric disorder characterized by anxiety and a deep fear of the shrinking of the penis. That's crazy. It's interesting, like, they attempt to classify a lot of those into, like, specific syndromes. Because we just have, like, humans just have so many strange neuroses. I think, like, the popularization of glass in Europe, when it was, like, used quite a bit more than it previously was, I think I want to say 17th century. There's a neurosis about people being afraid that they were made of glass, that they were going to shatter. I can't remember what that's called, but yeah, because it's like you're much more familiar with like larger glass structures. You're like, what if that's me? I guess. So much of that is just like the cultural context we're attached to. It's called the being scared of glass syndrome. I'm thinking that's a good name for it. I believe it. I believe that that's the name for it. I would not be surprised at all. That's a New Yorker. Yeah, not Wired. Penis enhancement entrepreneurs offer the chance to improve one's manhood. Yeah, these are like real rough. This is tough. I think I have to go archive PH. No results. No one is saving the penis enhancement thing. That's crazy. Okay, maybe I'll do this. I think the URL is fucked up. There we go. Mick, his middle name, wanted a bigger penis because he believed it would allow him to look in the mirror and feel satisfied. He had trouble imagining what shape the satisfaction would take. Small and dark-haired, he'd found his adolescence to be a gauntlet of humiliating comparisons. None of his surrounding wives ever commented on his size. See, that is the interesting thing too, where it's like he's probably doing fine. That's what you see with the small dick problem subreddit. A lot of the times it's like there's like no way for a woman to make someone who has this neuroses feel better. Because like it literally is turned into a meme, right? Where it's like the big ones scare me. An opinion that is like very common among like women. DIY Leia. Thank you. or like common enough that you're fine. Like the response is like, but I want to scare you. um I tell the guy I like it because it's like a big clit. You don't want to tell them that. You don't want to say them. That might be the worst way of conceptualizing it. Um, um, not a mixed romantic partners. He tried several kinds of subject acceptance therapy. Without success. Whenever he went to the bathroom, there it was mocking him. Yeah, it's really like a cultural neuroses a lot of the times. Like it's like you think that someone would make fun of you as opposed to like someone actually ever doing it. Kept with advances in male augmentation, but wasn't thrilled by the options. The gains from vacuum pump were vacuum pump is crazy. Surgeon snip is just like this lead to wobblier erections, like a silicone implant shaped like a hot dog bun. Does that make you feel like I get castration anxiety reading this? Like yeah, I guess this is a thing of like it's not porn. It's the thing, it's literally the thing I was just saying. That it's the broader shell of patriarchal society and the expectations of the impositions of patriarchal society on men. Cost $15,000. We added in a pair of discounted testicular implants. You want your balls to be bigger too? See, that is like, this is the thing, you know, the thing of like men working out only for men? No woman has ever been like, the balls are too tiny. Also, that's how you know you shouldn't have your surgeon. Like that's how you know this is like a fucking Better Call Saul style surgeon that it's like, I'll throw in the balls for 1,000 because I like you. No, you're a good guy. I'll throw in one pair of big balls for $1,000. Um he put down a deposit, told his long distance boyfriend. Oh, interesting. That makes it more interesting. He's a gay man who has tiny dick anxiety. I would think that would be less common. Did I just not read that somewhere? I skimmed over it. I must have. I would assume that was like less common because it's like just be a bottom then. But he's a top. He can't. I guess you're right that he doesn't have a choice. It's equally common. I guess it's. Oh, you're right. Because I guess you're right. It would be worse if you're a top. You're probably. I guess it probably would be worse. That is true. I guess that makes sense. The gay male community, they are. I don't think I think size queens are meant for gay men. Like I don't think you have to specify that it's a size king. Do you know what I mean? A framed copy of the GQ story. We have huge news about your manhood. Ellis Stroden directed Mickey to drop his pants and rolled Mick's scrotal. Okay, we don't have to read. I don't have to read that. Ellis Sands seemingly reassured Mick wanted to implant before it was inside him. Okay. He signed a stack of consent forms. When the surgery was over, took an Uber to a motel, where he spent the next 5 days alone on his back, wrapped in gauze. Sharp jolts seized his crotch whenever he peed. When he could do only, he anticipated some discomfort, but when he changed his gauze, the corners of the implant protruding under the skin. Um, oh God. Um, Edge continued to jut out, particularly on the right side, although testicular implants looked fine. He decided not to tell his. Oh, he didn't tell his boyfriend about the operation. Oh, that's so sad. That's so sad. What are the odds? Like, what are the odds this happened? Because his like boyfriend, his bottom was like, I'm a bit of a size queen, but I don't really care anymore. I'm fine. I'm happy with yours or whatever. And then it just like he decided not to tell his boyfriend about the operation. When he emailed Ellis Clinic, the staff urged patients, counseling him that he was continuing to heal as we expected. So they just like ghosted him. That's crazy. Being totally numb is normal, as mentioned in the past. Oh, that's not good. It wasn't until the late. This is interesting. I want to hear the history of this. It wasn't until the late 19th century that a handful of researchers began demonstrating that erectile troubles were primarily vascular in nature. Oh, so then they found this moment of upheaval that Ellis entered the clannish, hypermasculine world of American urology. Sephardic family in Iran, he completed residency. Vanguard is physicians who were treating impotence with a suite of novel procedures such as injections and inflatable penile prostheses. Oh, if the penis is the antenna to a man's soul, I'm always saying this, then James Ellis must be the Marconi of medicine. That's crazy. In industry to conduct clinical studies of new drugs, it is often assumed that the same is required of medical device manufacturers. Man, it's so funny how much they like kept like trans healthcare. Like under the premise they don't want the patients to sue them, and then it's like, yeah, you can fucking put a hot dog in there. That's fine. We don't have to. They just long seen penile enlargement is the remit of cowboys. So he's like the one who developed. I'm just gonna skim this. He's the one who developed like the method. The goals of the revolution were the subject of fervent debate. Surgeons argued that urologists were at a crossroads. They could see the augmentation market to quacks and overconfident plastic surgeons, or they could embrace their vocation as the so-called champions of the penis. That was my nickname in high school. And their hygienic, well-lit sorry. Well-lit clinics provide patients with what they've been asking for and might otherwise find an unsafe way to secure. That's fair enough. What if it's just not possible? A month later, yada yada yada. Soon afterwards, the pandemic began fueling a boom in the male augmentation market. Oh, so this is recent. I guess 2019. When the tabloids reported in March 2019 that a Belgian-Israeli billionaire had died on a Parisian operating table while getting an unknown substance injected into his penis. That's crazy. That operating table? Hamas. Do you condemn the Parisian operating table? Oh man, this is horrible. This is so sad. Soon after, the pandemic began fueling a boom in the male augmentation market. The fringe penoplasty fads of the 90s, primitive fat injections, had now been surpassed not just by implants, but by injectable fillers. I'm an Israeli, and this is my body dysmorphia, yeah. In Las Vegas, Ed Zimmerman, who trained as a family practitioner, is now known for his proprietary HAP penis injections. Saw a 69% jump in enhancement clients after rebranding himself in 2021 as TikTok's Dick Talk. This is such a wretched society. This has to not exist anymore. This can't be good. This has to be the moral rot of the world. Um, the plastic surgeon David Schaefer estimated that his signature swag shot, short for Schaefer width and girth, accounted for half of his practice. Yeah, I mean, I guess it still is a thing in Canada too, but like the idea of like marketing, this is like the procedure that I came up with. Doctor, please swag out my penis. Yeah. Oh man. This is a much funnier article than I remember it being. In a business that's often reduced to a punchline, I'm sorry, I can't help it. Enhancement entrepreneurs are unusually vocal about the perceived or actual chicanery of their rivals, whom they see as posing a threat to their fledgling legitimacy. What can we do to keep patients out of the hands of these charlatans? Paul Perito, who had developed a popular filler named Eurofill, asked colleagues at a recent webinar. They can't even get like a concert. You know, they can't even get like a real what's the word? God damn it. They can't like actually get a physical location for their convention. It's a fucking Zoom call. He displayed a slide highlighting an ad by Victor Loria, an osteopath and erstwhile hair transplant specialist headquartered in Miami, whose permanent penile filler injections were on sale for $15,000. Oh, that's so they just all have their own like unregulated concoctions. Laura's concoctions mixed in-house includes liquid silicone oil, which is typically used to refill damaged eyeballs. That can't, like, look, I'm not a doctor. Perito described Loria's method as practically criminal. Self-identified, but Loria, who self-identifies as the highest volume permanent penile filler administrator in the nation, he's just fucking, wow. This is the problem when there needs to, you know, the actual purpose of the small dick problems community is to like develop a consensus on different surgeons. You know what I mean? Like that is like a thing the trans community absolutely does, is like you don't go to this person. They're not good. And you know, people still get, you know, they don't do their due diligence or whatever, because it's like I feel like Reddit is a big source of that now as like a public place for documenting those sort of things. But I guess you just don't have anything, right? Like you would presumably you do research if you're going to get like something injected into your penis. But like are there people out, I mean, I guess there must be people out there who are like, yeah, he injected the mystery substance into my penis and I feel great. That can't, there's no way that works. There's no way that's going to be. Chance to make it even bigger. Even as costs soar, physician reimbursement rates from Medicare for complex operations have declined. Oh, that's the... Like... It's called... Like if I Google this... Loria... I should incognito this, actually. This shouldn't be on my search history. Penis enlargement results Reddit. Like, is there like a community? It's forcing me to log in. God damn it. I had growth enhancement surgery, but it wasn't surgery. I received 20 units of Eurofill. I'd advise against it. It seems like all of these are negative. I guess there is a community. If it gets really... Okay, this is... I'm not clicking the log because it's a pain in the ass to log in. But one person says, this is the sentence that exists on Google, if it gets really cold, like when I get out of a hot shower at night and it's cold while wiping down, my penis starts to look like an acorn. Anyway, let's move on with the article. Oh man. Oh man. That's normal. During a call in January of 2020, 4 months after Mick's Penuma surgery, Illis told him that the sensation in his penis would return in time. Having invested so much financially and psychologically in the implant, Milk felt grateful for the doctor's assurance. Man, that's so evil. But the nuts of his penis reminded him of having a limb fall asleep indefinitely. Oh, God. The clinic highly discouraged seeking information elsewhere as the information provided can be false, misleading, and inaccurate. That's crazy. Don't go on Reddit. The people on Reddit who are saying, "Yeah, I got my dick injected and it feels horrible now." That's fake news. They're lying. I was looking for people to tell me, "Oh yeah, I waited 3 months and now everything's fine. I'm very happy," he said. Those people are hard to find. That's crazy. A truck driver whose device dug into his pubic bone told me that he felt like a prisoner in his own body. Yeah, I mean, this is like criminal. This is like criminal. An executive at an adhesive company who hit his newly bald. Okay, that feels too. So he had to like. I guess that makes sense because you have to make it really big, flaccid, so it just always looks like you have like a hard penis. Who had his newly bulging crotch behind a shopping bag when walking the dog, began to have nightmares in which he castrated himself. That can't be a good sign. A sales specialist at an industrial supply store sent me his diary, which imagine Ellis as its addressee. I wish you would have told me I would lose a rect length? Yeah, you gotta take it out, man. That's the whole point. Thinking of a guy who wants to become less of a grower. That's crazy. Man, this is wild. 35-year-old kid was thrilled by both the restaurant-sized pepper mill between his legs and the kilts he began wearing to accommodate it. So someone's happy. Richard Haig Jr., a 74-year-old pastor, said his implant made him feel like a wild stallion. Oh man. Oh man. That can't be good. Oh man. Contented customers told me they were feeling better about their bodies and having better sex too. But even they acknowledged that getting a Panera could require adjusting not just to a different appendage, but to a different way of life. As one pleased Ellis patient counseled others, you have to treat your penis like a Rolex. My favorite thing about having a penis is if you travel to another country and you're in a pickle, you can sell the penis to like a pawn shop to get like a cool $20,000 if you're in like an emergency. Because like when you board you don't have to declare the penis value on the airplane. You don't have to declare it's worth $20,000, but you don't have to declare it on the visa. What do you mean? Oh man. For dozens of pneumonia patients who spoke to me, the shock of the new was the prelude to graver troubles. Some like make lost sensations. Others said they experienced stabbing pains in the shower or during sex. Excess fluid was common. A defense and intelligence contractor. Oh man. That's so funny. That's such a funny type of guy. Using my war criminal bucks to get a massive, uncomfortable penis. Do DIA contractor's girlfriend, a registered nurse, aspirated his seroma with a sterile needle. Oh, no, I don't want to read the end of that. That's so gross. Ugh. It's not good. Doctors unaffiliated with the pneumonia would compare his penis to a torpedo, a penguin, a pig in a blanket, a beer can with a mushroom sticking out on the top, and the tipped down nose of the Concorde. Damn. That's like a little bit too far. Do you guys know what that is? It's the snoot droop. You know, there's the snoot droop video. We gotta.
Plane. Since pilots couldn't see out of the plane because of angled landing, engineers put together a solution.
The Concorde featured a droop snoot.
Droop snoot?
Yeah, the snoot would droop.
The snoot drooped.
Oh man. Imagine that's your dick. That's fucked up. I'm never getting any surgery just because, like, I feel like I've built up so much negative karma from this stream. Oh man, this is so depressing. The subculture of penile enhancement remains shrouded in stigma, because for a man to admit that he wants the bigger suggests that he isn't big enough. In February, the rapper 50 Cent settled his claim against The Shade Room, a gossip blog he'd sued for falsely insinuating they had worked on his penis. Only 6 of the 49 Lundgren patients I spoke to featured their last name printed. Ellis understood this dynamic. In addition to encouraging Brian, the spokes penis, to positive comments on my news site, Ellis tracked his own mentions on Fallow Boars and Thunderplace, online forums for male enhancement, demanding that the moderator stop harboring defamatory statements. Man, that's insane. He offered a Fallow Board user, after an abscess had formed, $5,000 for deleting his post about the procedure. And releasing the clinic from liability, according to the settlement agreement I reviewed. Ellis said through a spokesperson that the patient didn't follow post-op advice, and that while he was not able to respond to some of the accounts, complications were rare. Oh man. Emmanuel Jackson, then 26, was a model who had grown up in the Forest homes outside Boston, in foster homes. I know how to read. He won a free Pneuma in a contest. That's like God hates you, I think. Like, here, do this risky, awful procedure. You can do it for free. Oh boy, I wasn't thinking about it. How do you win that? As a part of a marketing campaign involving the rapper Master P. Imagine it hurts for you to have sex and it's Master P's fault. Like the pus just leaks out of your penis and it's because of Master P. That's so sad. Oh fuck. It's not funny at all. It's nothing to laugh about. It's really not funny. Oh man. Was given scripted answers for a promotional video. Jackson didn't find the other men online until 2018. His implants had fractured into pieces and were floating under his skin. Maybe that's enough. Oh man. How does that happen? Did he step on an IED? Like his penis stepped on the... Ugh. Oh, he attempted suicide right after. I mean, fair enough, man. That was the crazy, like, do you guys remember that the discourse about Luigi Mangione? Because he had like a back injury that prevented him from having sex for a year. And some like, like lib, like very blue sky coded lady quote tweeted it being like, these like entitled incels are, they can't even not have sex for a year. It's like, that's pretty bad. I don't like, especially when it's not an entitlement thing. It's literally just like your body is betraying you. Luigi had. He's still alive, bro. He's still going. The hammer is still there. Yeah, that's crazy. The hack surgeons, like, it really does contextualize a lot of the history of trans surgery, where like in the West, it's all like gatekept because of like a fear that patients would sue the doctors. Like, it really contextualizes how thoroughly evil that decision was. Because it's like these guys are injecting like strange substances into people's penises and killing them, and they're just fine. Like, I'm surprised they don't have more lawsuits, because I at some point there has to be some sort of, anyway. Yeah, that was a while ago. There's a 2-year-old article. I wonder what the update on that is. How it's changed in the last couple of years. Anyway. Yeah, update. It's actually all fine now. Anyway, so he talks about intactivism, small dick problems. This is a very phallocentric stream. Anyway, I don't. Oh yeah, I just don't understand. That video, by the way, like the white face video, is insane. Like, that is an incredible accomplishment of like makeup. They have like the tan line too, and he's like red. It actually rules so much. But I don't understand, like, what is the, like, Theo Von's deal? Like, he's just, it like, is this like a thing where it's just for like 16-year-old white children? I felt like my impression of like this sort of like new right, vaguely Trump aligned like stand-up comedian influencer circuit was like fairly multiracial. But I feel like it must just be like 95% white children. Like, like 16-year-old white children who call, like white boys who call like their friends simps for being nice to their girlfriend in public. Like that sort of thing. What's the Mark Maron bit? Because they're kind of fake stand-ups, aren't they? Like a lot of those guys, they haven't actually done like the real stand-up tour. Like they haven't gone through the look it up. Listen, that's your job as a chatter. You are my Mark Maron, Theo Von.
We're alive today. I think if Hitler were alive today, he'd probably appear on Theo Von's podcast.
Is Mark Maron woke? I guess like some of the He's like woke and annoying.
And Theo would be like, "See, y'all did a lot of meth, right? I mean, all the Nazis were all fucked up on meth, right, Hitler? That shit'll make you crazy, dog. I did some meth once. I was up for 3 days, and then I ate a live bird. No shit, Hitler, a live bird, bro. Hey, Hitler, you probably didn't even hate the Jews. That was just the meth making you crazy, dog. Hey, Hitler. Do you want to apologize to all the Jews right now on my show? No? I get it.
Yeah, it is so weird. I feel like my impression of that circle for a while was that they were like apolitical. Like the guy who was fired from SNL before he got hired. Oh, you know, the thing. Shane Gillis. That's a Biden account. But no, they are just Trump guys, I guess. I feel like he was riding a line for a long time. But then he was just like, yeah, it would be the end of the world if Kamala won the election. Isn't apolitical usually moderate right wing? Well, yeah, I mean, I assumed that those people were like not overtly Trump people. Well, because I saw a clip with Gillis where he was talking about the Puerto Rico ball of garbage thing, where he was like, Kill Tony almost caused World War III, is what he was saying. Because like, in his image, if Kamala won, there would be World War III. Because obviously Trump is the anti-war candidate. It was like, okay, yeah, because they're like Rogan aligned. That was my understanding, was that Gillis didn't really want to be an anti-cancel culture guy. He just kind of wanted to be like a boomer, like Democrat, basically. But I guess, like, I don't know. There's just more money in being a Trump guy. Andrew Schultz is just a fucking moron. Yeah, I guess you just stumble into it and it's profitable. Shane is talented. Like, he doesn't have to do that shit. Shane's basically a central Pennsylvania lib. He's like a less sock dummy, fat Nick Mullen. Yeah, because like Nick Mullen was like hanging out with fucking who's that Nazi pedophile? What is his name? You guys know him. Sam Hyatt, yeah. Like he was just like on Sam Hyatt's podcast. Was it like a year ago? Virtual Texas is so funny. Same with Adam, yeah. Like so I don't know. I guess they're just kind of stupid people is the real answer. What do you think Virgil Texas is doing? Like, did he have retirement money? I don't think so. No, I don't think the Chapo guys know where he is. Like, he actually disappeared. Oh, he's rich family? I see. Oh, you know what's I can guarantee you that Virgil Texas is not paid by the Chapo guys still. I don't know what article this is referring to, but that's not. He confirmed it in the article. Which one is this? I find that hard to believe. He gets residuals from the book. Well, of course he does. Do you mean he gets residuals from the book? Because I think legally that has to be the case. All the money from my Chapo appearance went to Virgil, Texas. Yeah, that's what they meant. Okay, that's not legally. He is entitled to the thing from the book they wrote in 2018. All the monies from the Twitch Live Guy Twitch stream and Patreon do go directly to Virgil, Texas. That he's on a pension. It says that in the article. The funniest one is Brejoy Gray. I can't say that I see it here. Aircast receives money, albeit a smaller share than the current host. Okay. I guess so. Somewhere between a pension and contractual obligation. The funniest one is Brejoy Gray. Because is Bad Faith the podcast still going? Is it still? No, it's like dead now, right? Oh, it's been dead for a while. Okay. Because it still just got this. It was like that for like 2 years. Does Brie follow me still? Yes, she does. That's funny. Maybe she like stopped posting on the. No. She's still going. She like doesn't post
This
on
interview.
You know, Bad Faith is still a podcast that's going. That's very funny. Because presumably, like the reason why this is still the case is because of a contract that like they own it together. I guess it's not doing especially well. That was crazy that Brie and Virgil were like so annoying to Noam Chomsky that he just like stopped making public appearances completely. I guess it doesn't mention, the actual Patreon doesn't mention Virgil, Texas at all. But yeah, it's very... That's... Anyway. The crazy thing about the Virgil stuff initially is like... my honest understanding is the actual Twitter account that came out seems to be like at least like incredibly unconfirmed. Of like it was like someone having an allegation about him being sleeping with an underage person. Like it was someone. My theory on that is that it was someone who didn't like Virgil, who heard about the rumors but that the rumors were true enough, because it was like the tweets were very unusual. And I mean, I guess people can talk about how they've experienced in very unusual, strange, and like very overtly partisan ways of like, it makes me sad that these influencers are associated with Virgil because of how problematic he is. But I think that the rumors were correct enough that he realized that like this was the opening of Pandora's box and he should just leave. Although I guess it doesn't really matter. 'Cause it was weird. It was like, here are these text messages between me and Virgil, and there was no like. I remember I remember it being the story being strange. I guess that happened a while ago. Yeah, my understanding with the Chapo thing is he was already on his way out. Mike from PA, thank you. Thank you, Mike. Shout out to Mike from PA. No, I'm not saying that Virgil is innocent. I'm saying that he was like a prolific enough, like, pedophile, I guess that's the word for it. That the rumors were big enough that the second it became like a thing that people were writing articles about, that his career was self-evidently over. Axis bags caught the first train. Richmond, that is not what I'm saying. That is not what I'm saying at all. I don't know if it was. I don't think anyone knows. I think it's a mystery. I don't think it'd be that hard to hide yourself. Maybe it would be. You're on the chat of illustrious Chapo Chavez the Vega, yeah. That was funny. I looked at the comments of that podcast episode, which I shouldn't have done, and it was actually very normal. It was like a surprisingly normal response. There were like some people who were just being evil, but I feel like that's expected. There was a false memory syndrome guy who was trying to be pedantic about the existence of like false memory syndrome, who was saying like, the guests are objectively wrong because false memory syndrome does exist, which is not true. Like they were saying that the phenomena of having false memories exists, which is like undisputed. I mean, only cranks really dispute the idea that someone can remember like harm wrong sometimes, because people just remember things wrong sometimes. But that's not the same as like saying the false memory syndrome, as it was articulated by that institution, that foundation, is the thing that happens. Sounds so addicting. It's not fun. It's not good. It's not good. Because the positive ones don't make you feel that good, and the bad ones make you feel way worse than the positive ones. So you just like the way of going about it is like you just get the comments you notice in your periphery in virtue of just like doing stuff on the internet, which are going to generally be positive, and then like you just kind of keep it there. And you're like, there's probably a like an iceberg of comments made about me on the internet that I'm just not going to interrogate. Has your Truman Show syndrome? One patient thought 9/11 was just a plot twist for the Truman Show, so they took a trip to New York. That's awesome. Why is my spoon shaped like that? Because I'm strong as fuck. I just bend them. No, it's so you can put it like on the thing. I was eating ice cream because I'm bulking up. My boobs got so small, it's crazy. I have like what did someone send the syndrome where you think your penis is gonna like disappear or whatever? I have that about my boobs. Where it's like if I gain weight again, they won't exist anymore. Which I don't think is how it works. The ice cream tech, yeah, it's bulking season. I was cutting a lot for a long time. I have that about your your boobs too. That's crazy. It's called I'm afraid I want to have boobs anyway syndrome related to the glass thing. Yeah. No, I went down to I'm a 30D now. Living our size update. Protein, no, just fat. Just calories. And that's like your two things you need for muscle gain, you just need the protein and then just calories. Do you have I want to be a Zoomer syndrome? No. No, because that implies I'm not a Zoomer. Because if you were a Zoomer and you wanted to be a Zoomer, it wouldn't be a syndrome. It would just be the truth, right? Like I don't want to have blonde hair syndrome because I just have blonde hair. That implies I'm not 23 years old. Exactly. Do I still lift? Yes. I'm kind of washed though. I didn't have time when I was doing my series because I was too busy having like panic attacks every week about the deadline. And having a lot of Vyvanse, which is prescribed, obviously, but makes you very anxious and doesn't make you very hungry. Um, update the wiki boobs. Surely that doesn't exist. No, it doesn't. Okay, good. There's a boobpedia. It's like not niche enough. Because you would think it would be the opposite, right? There would be like a wiki butt and a wiki boobs before a wiki feet. Because there are more people out there who want like Siri, show me every documented image of this actress's boobs. Just make sure my Siri didn't. No, it didn't. Yeah, I guess there's something freakish specifically about like feet guys. There's a site for that. It's called Google Images. I guess you're right. Well, it's weird though. Like the foot guys on WikiFeet are weird, because some foot guys are just like, I like feet. Like they're with the lady, let's say, and they're like, I like their feet. These guys are like picky, for the most part. They're like, yuck, terrible foot. You can see that this toe is bigger than this one, and that's just disgusting. Like they're like kind of gay catty about it. I mentioned this before, but my favorite WikiFeet article is Caitlyn Jenner's. which it's woke, it's on the woman's side. But you have like one of the guys who was doing reviews for her was like the right in the comments like, look, I'm transphobic as fuck. You know, I don't think this should be on the women's side, but I gotta give her 4.5 stars. Like those are some good feet. And that's you know, those are the ideals that I live by. I'm rating the foot quality on the website. He's got a foot code. Whose feet? Caitlyn Jenner. My feet. I was getting sized for ski boots, and I got put in the thingy or whatever. The it's like they put you in this I put in the thingy or whatever. Such a funny thing to say without proper context. You know, the device, the foot contraption. It was a thing that measured your foot size, and you know, it's like you fill it out, and the guy was doing it for me, and he obviously put like female, and it gives you your percentile for every bit of your foot, and it was like you have very normal women feet. It said it's like completely middle of the road, regular sized women feet. Because it's like it'll give you the average. It's like an insane dysphoria producing thing, but it gives you like the average percentile for your sexually dimorphic percentile for the different parts of your feet. The one thing I was like 98th percentile arches. I have like really. I shouldn't be telling you this because there's someone who's like this is which isn't it's from my mom. I don't think that's actually a sexual dimorphism thing. I'm like, I shouldn't be giving you details about my feet. It's already too late. Yeah. Not the 3D model. That's not a sexual dimorphism thing though. That's just is my understanding because I looked it up. Because the machine, it's like they're fitting the boots for you, so they're like, oh, we need to. There are certain ski boots that have like are better for if you have high arches or whatever, or if your feet are longer or whatever. I don't know. It's not my job. I just paid a ridiculously large amount of money, honestly, in retrospect. Although they're good ski boots for. How many people are working for Locker and Defeat? That was something I was thinking. Is like the guy was like, no, I shouldn't. This is too much. But like, he's touching your feet a lot. I'm like, I feel like the guy. You know what I mean? Like, this is one that it's like. I hope that they screen for foot fetishists for this job. Is all I'm saying. Anyway, yeah, not for free. You're right. I shouldn't. They don't. I know they don't. I'm sure they don't. I screen against is probably the better. Not screen for. I hope they don't screen for. Also, I love this is very unrelated. I love these glasses. They're so cute. I kind of want to get oval glasses. I need glasses that aren't transition lenses because it's annoying to only have transition lenses. I want something kind of like ovally, but like not like the really thin rims as well. This one's a bit too thick rims. It is so funny, like when the discourse about her, where it's like it's transphobic to say she's got work done. It's like I agree. I believe women. Oh, sorry, this is Hunter Schafer. They made her more white. I don't understand. It looks like it looks like, you're browsing like Hunter Schafer if you're browsing on light mode. It is a Korean photographer. People did make that joke about how did they whitewash Hunter Schafer? Um, which is very funny. I got somewhat tan. I got real tan on my legs recently because I went to a lake in Squamish. But I burned first. I'm washed. Half of my family gets incredibly tan, and then I'm just washed. Fuck my wasp chungus life. Like my sister, she had a job where she was outside in the summer, and when she went back to school, people were like, "Your spray tan is too dark. Like that's you need to tone it down." But no, I'm Liv is actually Asian and keeping it a secret. That's makes you think. Um, wouldn't that make me tan more? Oh, because wasp is like the I see. Or so, people were doing a discourse of Slavs or Asiatic hordes or whatever. That's Balkan genetics. I have cousins that are mistaken for tall Mexicans. I'm pale as shit. Yeah. People think my sister, Persians in Vancouver think my sister's Persian a lot. Um, but I am not especially Persian coded. Everyone is Turk. Yeah, it makes you think. Live of Arabia is crazy. It's the worldwide Latino belt, exactly. I do feel like that is my live Agar sister, laugh Agar. I feel like that is my taste, especially in men, is members of the worldwide Latino belt. As a member. My my dad, brother, and sister all tan deep. I wonder how does that work genetically? I guess it's very complicated. What is the I guess I don't know how evolution works or how adaptation works. But in what context was it evolutionarily advantageous to just no longer react to the sun except for burning? Yeah, I guess the same shit. It's like there's just a range of melatonin production in a population. Does it save calories? Oh, because you need vitamin D. I see. Ask your cube, yeah. Yeah, you gotta get as much vitamin D as possible. That makes sense. Northern latitudes, vitamin D is more important than sun protection, which is the trade-off. I see. Docs, if you have an Amazon Prime, you should connect it to your Twitch account and get one free subscription a month. Something I didn't appreciate because I haven't been streaming for a while, is like all the stupid shit I say when I'm just like talking for 4 hours straight. Yeah, wow, thank you, Play Money Crusher. That's so kind of you. The Thingy or whatever is a classic. Um, Still can't get enough vitamin D, even being max Caucasian in Canadian or Scandinavian winters. So you end up D deficient and sunburned. Yeah, owned. Is Lebanon the global tuna belt? Absolutely. Where's the map? Where's the map? It's like Mediterranean, Latin America, Balkan, Middle East, North Africa, South Asia, Southeast Asia. Approximately. Someone recently, it was like the map of cultures where kissing is a greeting. It was like we found it. It is almost a 1-to-1, except it's more Slav, and then it's just not a practice in South or Southeast Asia. Erase the bit over Argentina. That's a discourse. The Netherlands is actually really surprising. I wouldn't have imagined that. They're just weird. It's just a weird culture. No, like on the cheek. You kiss on the cheek a certain amount. And I like that the only in Southeast Asia is the Philippines. The red means, oh, sorry. You didn't see it. Countries where cheek kissing is a common form of greeting people. Someone said these are like the true heirs of Rome, and I love that. I think that's awesome. I think that's true. I agree with that sentiment. Oh yeah, for Philippines, it's absolutely Spanish influence. I'm surprised with South Asian not being. I don't know why. I mean, I guess there's because like Protestant, it makes a lot of sense. I guess it's a culture I understand less. Asia not big on kissing till recently. I guess that's true. I didn't realize that's an interesting thing is that like you think of kissing as a form of affection in the specific context we understand it in the West as this innate thing, which is not necessarily the case. Slovenia not being a kissing country, it's because it's basically Austria. It's the Austrian influence. Do they kiss? Slovenians kiss? Well, there you go. The map is wrong. The Dalai Lama sucking tongue thing was crazy. A fraternal kiss is different than this, though, for Germany. Because it's different. It's specifically a kiss on the... Science and transition care has gone woke. What happened? What happened, Spencer? Half of Slovenes are Serbs. That's true. Gordon Guya? Did she is fully woke now? Really? What happened? That's okay. That was the one we were talking about before. That was like, oh, that's so fascinating. We're Guyat is like SCGM guy. So this is like his name is Gat. It's funny. Who is initially a part of like he's a pediatrician who is like, hey, look, we need to slow down with this, like specifically childhood transition stuff. It's too far. There's not enough data for it. But then he broke with the people who were doing that because they were like, because he was like, well, yeah, they're all fucking insane. Because he's like he's an NDP guy, but he's like he believes in like medical fascism, which is like a firmly like liberal discourse. You know, like every doctor should just have complete control over your lives. And like even if you're asking for a thing to happen, we don't have enough data on it yet. So as doctors, we're going to deprive you of this thing. He was really mad. He said SCGM has no respect for patient autonomy. That's so awesome. Father of science turns his back on science. Bullied by activists. Fucking, I love the National Post too. What an evil institution. Guyat is now arguing against using his own findings to guide policy. Canadian physician Guyat coined the term evidence-based medicine, which was like a big thing. His work led to the development of a tool. This month, Western University, Guyat, I'm going to call him, is a professor in research methods and evidence, published a letter about recent systematic reviews related to gender-affirming care. According to the university, the letter was written after members and allies of the community raised concerns about recent systematic reviews related to gender-affirming care. The letter, which was signed by Guyat and 4 others, is a total abdication of the principle. Okay, whatever. These concerns center on the funding source and specifically on the potential for the research to be misused to harm trans youth and to deny gender-affirming care. The authors acknowledge that only low certainty of evidence exists regarding the benefits, which this is one of the things like the SCGM people do who are against like trans-related care, especially for youth, is to basically say there's not enough evidence, which is why we should stop doing everything. Even though like it is working, it's just there isn't that much data about it because it's just not a very practiced. There's not that many minors get access to hormones. Their findings will be misused to justify denying care such as puberty blockers and hormone replacement therapy to trans youth. Not enough evidence for half of what we do in medicine. Yeah, it's just politicized, obviously. That's very funny. That's very funny, Spencer. Damn. He straight up said 2/3 of medicine is based on low quality evidence. That's awesome. Well, you know, you could have done it earlier, man, but that's good. I love that it's like he has like a chud daughter who's like writing a National Post article about about her woke father. Look, woke 2 is spreading. It's happening. It's gonna happen. 2028, it's coming back. We're getting woke again, and it's gonna be bigger than ever. This is the swaggiest photo of him I've seen on the internet. But anyway, it's like stupid. The rest of it. That's funny. It's on Unheard. All of the articles are spinning against it, which is so funny. And the articles when you Google them recently. Can capitulate as a transgender activist mob. That's awesome. Naive Canadian doctor embroiled in trans controversy. Anyway, that's awesome. Shout out to the woke mob. We did it. We did it, folks. So he's woke now? Well, no, he's like the thing about a lot of the doctors is that they're still kind of evil. It's just like if you're a doctor who responds to evidence, you're gonna probably come to at least a yeah, he's like a centrist. He's like a doctor, yeah. If you're actually, actually moved by empirical data, you're probably going to come to the conclusion that like, well, we should probably not stop doing this. He's a centrist, yeah, which is like not the SCGM people are so insane. They want to stop. I mean, they want to stop like all transition, but their current goal is to stop transition for minors, and they think that the age of majority should be like 26, because your brain isn't fully developed or whatever. So they want to stop it for anyone under that age. Well, that's more GenSpect, I guess, specifically than SCGM. The GenSpect people are more obsessed with the 25 thing. But it's the same people. She's only 25, you sick fuck. Yes, SCGM are more science-based, or quote unquote science-based. They have that discourse. They invoke that discourse more. SCGM comes out meta-analysis and GenSpec is screaming about bathrooms. Yeah. GenSpec is like too busy having their Discord chat logs leaked, where they're like, like you control F the word troon and it's like 100. Like if a 60-year-old white woman knows what the phrase troon is, like that's wrap it up. Do you know what I mean? She's done. Her brain is just done. It's not. There's no going back. You don't wake a sleepwalker. She should have her act like. What? There's that conspiracy theory when Trump lost and that like Biden was in the Oval Office, that like Biden would get access to a fake Oval Office and like would pretend to be the president. Like you just have to do that to her, but like give her like a closed internet that's like has like bots she can yell at. I think the brain development thing is fake, although I don't know anything about brain science. It's one of those classic things that it's like it's a thing, it's a social phenomenon that is as a result that's very culturally contingent. Like the way that we see development and delineated is very based even off of like language, with like the start of like being a teenager, for instance. Like it starts when you say teen or whatever. It's the same with like being a full adult at 25. A lot of that is like a specific confluence of when people tend to start becoming like a proper adults in terms of their attitudes. They're out of university for long enough, let's say. People tend to start getting their shit together in right around that age. Grad school always feel like it sucks at the beginning. Grad school didn't feel like it sucked at the beginning for me. It felt like it sucked at the end, where I was like, thank God this is only like 2 years. Because if it was more, I would be done with it. But that's my own thing. Anyway. Folks, if you have an Amazon Prime account, you can connect it to your Twitch account and give me a free subscription. Or you could just give me money normally. It's much appreciated. The study of reference brain development stops. Oh yeah, thank you. I am gay! Is that infinite MA instead of a PhD? Yeah. MAs are kind of fake, but it's a thing you should go through first. It's a piece of paper you get too, like a lot earlier.
I am gay.
Thank you, Joshua, you're gay. It's a piece of paper you get in 1 to 2 years as well, which is nice, because it's nice to have the piece of paper. Um, I think I'm going straight for PhD. I don't know. I just remember like starting my MA in like 2021 and it just being like so much less cool because of COVID. Like the cohort is just like never met it. Like I barely met like so many of them. I was after like the pandemic, capital T, capital P, like lockdowns. Like even after that, it's just like people weren't very social. I feel like people have been cooked in an undescribable way. Like it's like a lot of the loneliness problems are just an acceleration of a thing that's been happening since like the 70s. That's why when people are like, it's that damn phone, it's like, well, it is, but like, if we were to think of the phone in a communist society, whatever, et cetera,
Money
et
not
cetera.
for live, only for lizard.
Thank you, Oshman. All the money is for the lizard. I do this for free. This is pro bono. Does the Biden count refer to how many mentions or how many we think there are? There's got to be at least 3. There was actually a code. The like at least 3 genders thing. He understood that they were cloning him. He was trying to get the word out. He's like Emperor Palpatine. Like there's gonna be a big thing with him dying in however many years, and then 2032 they're like, the Democrats are like, we need a great unifier. We need to stop Baron Trump. And then like suddenly Biden returns. And he's even more senile. That would be cool. It'd be cool for that to be why fascism happens. Darth Baron. Baron stuff is fascinating because there's no way that guy isn't just like cooked, right? Like he knows about the memes. Like he knows that there are people on Twitter who are like, I think that he should be like Napoleon. There's no way that it is just a like, oh, I'm kind of sheltered and that's funny. And like I don't really think about it. He's an Aiden Ross viewer. Oh, right, because he set that up. I forgot. He helped set up the Trump Aiden Ross thing. Oh yeah, he's so cooked. Oh man. That's awesome. Yeah, that's like being Destiny's Kid level cooked. Well, no, I mean Destiny's Kid is like profoundly cooked in a way that's like really sad. Yeah, like Destiny's Kid is like I'm a Groyper Nazi, and it's literally because my dad left, and my mom's too busy to take care of me. Folks, there's a hype train, possibly. You should subscribe so that it can happen, I guess, if you want to. I'm not very good at asking for money. He's a young Don Jr. Yeah, that's a good point.
Get Baron on Stream Fund.
I guess he is Don Jr.'s kid, isn't he? Archman, thank you. Thank you for contributing to the Baron Fund. No, sorry. For some reason I thought in my mind, I was like, no, it's Trump's grandkid. No, no, no. It's Trump's. He's just a Don Jr. though, and he's a Slav. He has a. I forgot about that. He's got. That is a crazy combo. Is Donald Trump is your dad, and then your mother is a Slavic woman. So he's gonna become president, and he's gonna pass a decree that like the draft in public areas is no longer allowed. Even if it's like really hot out, they have to close all the windows if it's windy. I am gay. Or people will die. Nova Pact. Thank you. For this year one. It is. There's a Balkan fan death. Actually, I don't know that in Slovenian. Is that a French thing? Maybe. That would be a silly thing the French believe as well. I know in Serbia, at least, there's a belief that bearing glazing, yeah, it's like from like right-wing aristocrat Twitter, right? There's a Serbian superstition that like the draft will kill you. Promaya? I can't pronounce it. And it makes it hard to be in Serbia in the summer sometimes. Because the draft is actually great for you. It's really hot out. Before the year, the US will stand for United Sovereign Archduchy. Let's go. What do you think the power sharing rule is going to be? Sponsored by DraftKings? Yeah. Donald Trump will become the draft king. I saw a very funny tweet was like Shohei Ohtani meeting Trump, and it's like he's being friendly with him. And someone quote tweeted it and said like they told him this was the CEO of DraftKings. Anyway. What else has happened that we haven't? We were talking about small dick problems, penis enlargement surgeries, circumcision, DraftKings, Barron Trump, Virgil Texas. Bolsonaro's trial? How is that going? He's still in the Gulag? It's crazy that Brazil has a much, like, as a stronger democratic institution than... Is he actually fucked? That's so awesome. It's crazy that it is a stronger democratic institution than America. That's so washed. Surrogacy in Silicon Valley. Oh, is this gonna be grim? The baby died. Whose fault is it? Surrogacy is so evil. Like, that can't be good at all. Cindy B is nuts about the confidentiality clause. When B, a venture capitalist who claims to have invested in a dozen unicorns, hired a surrogate to carry her only male embryo in 2023. Both parties agreed details private and away from the media. And there's because like that's like this is like surrogacy is like a crazy, like it sounds like a thing that like radfems are like a caricature of a thing that they have made up. You know what I mean? Like someone has invented a crazy radfem who's talking about things that don't exist. It's like, yeah, like younger women just like literally rent out their fucking bodies to do childbirth. Still, B is talking to me. She sent me nearly a 3,000 item folder filled with legal filings, reports to professional organizations, insurance companies. B considers herself a whistleblower out to protect unborn children via surrogacy. Is this like a? Is there an? Is she, that makes it like crazier? Is that she's like a? She's also like an anti. Is she an anti-abortion lady? I mean, it doesn't matter. Like, it's a violent thing to happen to you. That, like, you know, such perfect victims, etc., etc. Invokes has racked up nearly $1 million in legal bills. Right to honor her son. Oh, sorry, no. Wait, I'm not reading this correctly. So B is the one who's hiring a surrogate, and she's an anti-abortion lady. Okay, that makes it easier. I want the surrogate to know for what she did to be set as an example. I hope she goes to jail. Oh, okay. Sorry, I have slow reading comprehension skills. So, the surrogate, this is a thing where the insane B lady is claiming, you killed my child, the child that's like in your body, and so you should go to jail for it. God, what is that? Because obviously, any society that is not horrifically evil, that at least pretends to be, as some sort of performance of feminism, legally, you could, if there's a baby in here, it's like the least okay thing, like you could be able to abort it. It is not the property of someone else, regardless of it being their genetic code. Is about to explode globally almost tenfold. It seems especially popular in Silicon Valley. We're a growing cadre of investors and executives from OpenAI's Sam Altman to Dropbox's Drew Houston. But intended parents and gestational carriers are often uninformed about the dearth of regulation and completely unprepared for what can go wrong. Only one state, New York, requires agencies to be licensed. Although America is the world leader in surrogacies, it's also the developed nation with the highest maternal mortality rate, one of the highest stillborn rates, to which is described many as a public health crisis. From birth to natural conception and carrying a genetically unrelated fetus more than triples the risk of severe, potentially deadly conditions. Interesting. I guess that makes sense. IPs do not always have to disclose complete medical information. They do not have to be honest about how many kids they have, when they're hiring a surrogate, or how many other surrogates they have simultaneously pregnant. How many surrogates do you think fucking Elon has? Meanwhile, the US is torn over who controls a pregnant woman's body. The increasing acceptance of fetal personhood means that, in many states, losing a pregnancy can be charged as a felony and potentially punished with life in prison. Exponentially more fraught when the carrier isn't the parent. That's cool. That's another. It's cool that they found another dimension of like anti-abortion laws to find to make horrific. Like it's like that was a component of anti-abortion that I didn't consider to be also insane. Many of the issues being surrogates encountered on their journey are likely far more common than you'd ever imagine, but you haven't heard about them. They won't influence policy or case law because they tend to unfold in private, shrouded by confidentiality clauses and handled in close arbitration processes. The case of being a surrogate shows how, in an environment with little regulation and extreme inequality, the miracle of life can mutate into a death sentence. Oh man. Ready to start? She and her partner were ready to start a family 6 years later. Surrogacy was the obvious choice. At 43, B felt she was too old to be pregnant. At first, B and her husband considered implanting 2 embryos at once to have twins. Strongly discouraged that because of a risk to the babies and surrogate. Instead, B and Valdez settled on twiblings, gestated by separate women but born a few weeks or months apart. Have a protected big brother and a sweet little sister. Fortuitously born in the year of the dragon, the most auspicious sign of the Chinese zodiac. They signed up with the Southern California-based agency because California has enshrined abortion, right? Like this is some evil liberal shit that's going on here. B took an SSRI for PTSD spurred by work-related stressors. Hope to wean off soon. Rebecca Smith was a former professional athlete who became interested in surrogacy after watching a close friend struggle to conceive. Although Smith's real name is public, I'm using a pseudonym to protect your privacy. 34-year-old wanted to help a family who couldn't carry their own child. As she put in a Facebook post, she wanted to give them the same love I found in becoming a mom. Her profile photo, look at how much work the husband has gotten done. Am I crazy? Like, that's a strange looking face. You know what I mean? Like, it's a very low quality photo, but it's... I don't think that's a makeup thing, man. She spent her free time coaching her son. Okay. Smith signed up with SAI, a well-regulated agency founded by a surrogate more than 2 decades earlier. She liked that it offered its GCs numerous safeguards. Through vetting, psychological screening, medical reason for pursuing surrogacy, detailed contract, okay, whatever. They met each other standard video call facilitated by SAI. Doctor implanted B and her husband's only male embryo inside of Smith. Everyone was elated when it stuck. B asked Smith for permission to share a photo of the test result on Facebook. Texted all the time, Smith shared her happy nausea and impressions of baby Leon. B detailed her constant travels and her search for a second GC. Smith tried to recruit her own sister for the job, then a coworker. When scary but benign early bleeding brought Smith to the ER, B sent her a DoorDash gift card. Yeah, it's always like, this always just makes me so, like, even this relationship feels like such a horrific power dynamic. Smith found something out. B had been posting about Smith's health in Facebook groups, sharing test results and crowdsourcing suggestions for her treatment. B didn't refer to Smith by name, but included distinctive details that allowed members of the tight-knit community to identify her, which... Oh, man. Prison. Jail. Smith alerted SAI, but didn't confront B, perhaps calculating that it was better not to risk tainting their rapport. Once you were pregnant, there was no going back. A new human had to be created. That is the horrifying, like, I'm assuming the contract is just void if you don't deliver. I guess maybe they skipped over that because he mentioned that this specific contract had more protection. But he got a Facebook comment that scared her. She had posted about Smith getting a new, better job. The CEO of Art Risk Solutions, an insurance agency, replied, suggesting that B double-check whether Smith's new policy would cover the pregnancy. Outreach like this wasn't common. The Facebook group often teamed with industry professionals peddling their wares. This is so funny too. This is such a fascinating story because it's clearly a hit piece. I mean, it must be about this lady, but she's the one who's trying to get it written. It's one of the, like, I mean, I don't know how this ends, but it's clearly written in a certain way. It's one of the funny examples of, like, look, when you go to a reporter to have them tell a story, you have no fucking control over it. You have it's one of the good examples of that instead of the bad ones. While SAI's standard process had determined that Smith's new insurance would cover the pregnancy, Art Risk disagreed. He was spooked by what she saw. As SAI's oversight on a major issue, pregnancy complications could rack up 5 or 6 figure bills. To B, the people she had paid to ensure her only son's healthy birth seemed to sleep at the wheel. Since B alleged SAI had made a mistake, she demanded they pay for Smith's backup insurance. I don't know what the... She began posting about SAI sometimes multiple times a day to warn other IPs. Sometimes she said that Smith had told her about the job change. Other times she claimed that Smith had notified her. She didn't want to burden Smith. It's not your fault, she asserted Smith, trying to protect her from the stress while keeping her in the loop. It seems like they were on the same page. I just hate that it all happened, Smith texted B. I was excited thinking the new job was surrogate friendly. B was sure that if Smith had known otherwise, she wouldn't have taken the job. Oh man, this is a night. This is the idea. Any amount of money having to be required for human healthcare is just so horrific. But you get into these cases, and it's like this is like, I don't know. Maybe it's a similar issue in Canada. She got a new job, and the couple are freaking out about health insurance. It's so dark. Yeah. Smith's new subsidized Affordable Care Act plan at $390 a month was a drop in the bucket compared to the estimated $200,000 B had budgeted for the pregnancy. B told Smith that they would lay low until Leon was born and then go after SAI. Oh, man. On December 15th, a day on which B sent her more than 50 texts about the insurance, Smith felt liquid between her legs. She was 26 weeks pregnant and afraid her water had broken. The emergency room sent her home, telling her it wasn't amniotic fluids. She should have been relieved, but she soon had another text from B. One of B's lawyers wanted Smith to sign a few forms. Smith had already signed a power of attorney giving B and her husband the ability to make decisions for Leon. Which that also... Were they now asking control over her body? B declined multiple requests to show me the form in question. Smith confronted B. I guess I'm a little confused, she said. B and her husband hadn't been calling into one of the prenatal appointments where they could ask questions. What's changed? After your ER visit, I have tons of questions, B replied. For example, was it due to the stress of Friday's insurance decision? This is so funny. It's like, I want to take care of my child's health by making sure that the kid isn't stressed. This is the way that I'm going to do it. Even for like a self-interested purpose. Can they do that? The thing about it is that it's like if you're signing a contract that technically signs the right of your body away to someone who's like this wealthy, like the way that the law works is that you can buy legal power. Like this wealthy and this psychotic. If not, what can we do to prevent such episodes so baby can grow to full term? B and Valdez had Valdeglacias, I'm pronouncing it wrong, found a second GC for Leon's younger sister. Was going much more smoothly. That day, Smith was back at the clinic for follow-ups on the leaking. I started taking precautions, sleeping on her left side and drinking a gallon of water a day. 29 weeks pregnant, Smith texted B that she was in the ER again. This time, doctors confirmed that her water had broken. Monitoring steroids to develop the baby's lungs. B and her husband had celebrated the New Year's Eve in New York City. A few days later, B ordered Smith a tower of boxes from Amazon, coconut water, freeze-dried cantaloupe slices. B also pestered Smith with questions. Why was she in the hospital? Instead of just on bed rest at home, was she submitting lost wage requests? Meanwhile, on Facebook, B claimed that Smith had broken their contract by not notifying her before changing jobs. A breach claim was serious. It meant that Smith was on the hook for any bills that insurance didn't cover. That is a nightmare. Technically, Smith had notified them. She had a text. Oh, man. Situation reveals one of the fundamental imbalances of surrogacy. When a surrogate breaks contract, her IPs can stop paying her and stop paying the medical bills for her pregnancy. But if an IP breaks contract, say by sharing their GC's private information online or withholding conversation, a GC typically has to hire a lawyer. No matter what, IPs get the baby at the end. Anything else would be considered baby selling and human trafficking. That is fucking insane. Imagine if you kept the baby that came out of your body and you got tried for human trafficking. Yeah, this can't exist. I feel like at some point in my life I was like, maybe like I understand the purpose, but like, no, this can't. Yeah, no. Have your own damn baby. Or adopt. How about that? How about you adopt? B started to believe something was wrong with Leon because of photos Smith posted. She looked slim despite being months along. You hardly look pregnant, a commenter wrote, approvingly. To B, this wasn't a compliment. A few days into Smith's hospitalization, B got news that seemed to push her over the edge. Smith phrased it like it was a good thing. Despite the premature ruptures of membranes, her doctors had told her that Leon was healthy, and a groin scan estimated that he was in the 30th percentile. That didn't sound right. The 30th percentile meant most babies measured bigger than Leon. Smith was tall. Shouldn't that make a bigger baby? B wondered. Would it? It's not her baby genetically. Like, I don't think she's crazy. You're okay. I'm sorry. I don't think either of them are especially tall. You got to remember she's insane. Yeah, okay. Sorry. She'd expected her son to be above average in all things. It's so crazy. Like, I want my baby that is genetically mine and my short husband to be really tall. Could you imagine being, man, could you imagine that being your mom? That's rough. The doctor told her everything looked great, but B's motherly intuition was going off. Something didn't seem right with her son. She pressed on. Was Smith eating enough? Had she gained enough weight? This is, again, awesome things to do to make sure that your surrogate is not anxious. Did not have Leon in her body where she could protect him and keep him safe. She had to do everything she could from across the country. She turned to Facebook groups and Google for a second, third, and fourth opinion. Emailed SAA asking for copies of Smith's medical record. B, a direct communicator who prided herself on her candor, asked her husband if she was out of line. Husband assured her she wasn't. You're just caring for your baby. It's always two dumb bitches. Yeah, exactly. The hardest part of being hospitalized, Smith told B, was saying goodbye to her son. Who cried whenever she had to leave. Oh my God. One of those mornings, January 21st, Smith woke up in the same room as her sweet, protective 7. Nurses came in and monitored. Leon had no heartbeat. Oh. We got the Facebook message from an unknown woman. She thought it was a prank. Call the hospital ASAP. This is an emergency. The doctor gave her condolences. She thought she'd seen a flicker in one of Leon's heart valves and so rushed Smith into emergency C-section, but Leon was already dead. Had separated from Smith's uterine walls, depriving Leon of oxygen. Typically, that leads to vaginal bleeding, the doctor explained, which she had not been having. She did about 10 days ago. They had followed the standard of care by trying to keep Leon inside Smith until 34 weeks of gestation, but, she said, these things just happen sometimes. I don't think we'll ever know exactly what happened. So, it's just a thing that happened. Doesn't seem like it's anyone's fault. B got a call from Smith, who recently woken up from general anesthesia. Sudden nosy crying, Smith had told her she last felt Leon moving that night. B was confused. Smith had told her that Leon was moving more than during the day and less at night. The call button was right there, B thought. If Smith felt Leon move, why hadn't she alerted the nurses? So she's just going to be insane and be like, it's actually your fault that the baby died while she was inside of you. B and her husband arranged for flights to see their son's body. It's just starting, Liv? Oh no. This is all true. They judged the evidence available to determine precisely when C-section would happen. People put out ads requesting surrogates who know how to play piano. But, I'm not wrong, right? That, surely there's, there's some exchange. But it's not genetically your child, right? There's no... Smith had meanwhile spent several hours in surgery. Placental abruptions are a major cause of maternal mortality. She had lost a lot of blood and nearly died. Now awake, sliced through her core, she held baby Leon. He weighed 3 pounds, almost exactly average for his gestational age. Carried for 7 months, lay dead in her arms. What shocked B when she got out of the hospital was the joy she felt with her stillborn child. He was a white boy just like his dad. He had light hair, a cut near his left knee, a hard-looking fingernail. B photographed Leon. That's a crazy, Asian dynamic. Normal white father and very racist Asian mother. I mean, I'm sure the father's also fucking insane. That's, yeah. B photographed Leon in a white gown and diaper, holding a book. Okay. Nurse told B that Smith was being discharged but wanted to speak to them. B said no, it was her time with her son before his autopsy. Oh man. 8 days after Leon died, Smith emailed being. Is that the use of the term dying for that's political, right? I don't know. I'm not sure about the specific details of a fetus that's 7 months along. Is that are we writing a line here, or is that generally how people like to refer to their like in utero child? A miscarriage is still the death of a fetus? Okay. I'll forever carry the memory of your baby boy, she wrote. How his favorite place to kick punch was my right rib and how he danced up a storm. Back home in San Francisco, B felt empty. She wanted the sidewalks where she could have been pushing a stroller. Things were bad at home. She couldn't sleep. They have another kid on the way, don't they? I mean, no, it's still traumatic, obviously. That's like that's a normal thing to be insane about. Things were bad at home. She couldn't sleep, couldn't work. Instead, she decided all the time to taking screenshots and organizing. She also hired psychics to give her answers. As she tells it, they all blamed Smith. One suggested that an ex-boyfriend of Smith had turned her against baby Leon. Another claimed to see trauma on Smith's belly and said she was clearly having rough sex. He warned, "This is like, these people are so evil. Because you're just making it up. Like, you're not fucking reading the tea leaves." She had something to hide. This is clearly also, like, I would imagine what Smith wanted, like, what B wanted to hear. When Smith refused to release her medical records unless non-pregnancy information was redacted, he sought his confirmation that Smith was hiding crucial details. Contacted SAI, claiming that Smith had breached contract by not informing her about the insurance change on time, not taking her vitamins, and not alerting her before the C-section. Specified a well baby that didn't die, she reminded them. B ordered the escrow to stop paying Smith or reimburse her medical expenses. B re-listened to the recordings of the worst news of her life. She noticed the details she'd missed. Smith had bled 10 days prior to Leon's death. No one told her. There was no documented bleed on the date in question, but clarified that there was some light pink fluid, which the doctor was not concerned about. I see. So there was bleeding, but the doctor, as Smith said, Smith asked the doctors to tell B directly, and that the contract gave Smith 2 weeks to tell B. That's emergency information. So Smith did nothing wrong. She would have told me right away. If B had been told she believed that Leon would be alive, she would have insisted on a C-section immediately. Many stillbirth advocates believe that American doctors do not take the risk of stillbirth seriously. The standard of care are often woefully inadequate. That calculations, what happens if you give a C-section to a baby that's 7 months along? Like, I don't understand. What is the actual medical procedure there? 30 weeks is viable? You put them in an incubator? Oh, okay. It's doable. I see. Stillbirths take about 21,000 American children per year. More than guns, car accidents, sudden infant death syndrome. What is sudden infant death syndrome is like an abstraction, right? Like it's just literally do they have a specific thing they call sudden infant death syndrome? Or is it just like there's probably a collection of things that cause it? Baby died and we can't figure it out. Diagnosis of exclusion. That's an interesting term. Because didn't sudden infant death syndrome went down when they told parents to stop sleeping in the same bedroom, in the same bed as their kid? Because people would just fall, they would just accidentally suffocate their child. They would fall over and then suffocate them and then go back. Then if you put them in and they're like, I don't know what happened. The baby just died. Leon's death was 100%, 1,000% preventable, B told me, anguished. Searching for meaning, she started attending Epic Church. Epic Church is the most fascist. Protestantism is so evil, man. Epic Church. from the creators of Fortnite. They give you salvation. Hosting high-profile VCs talked about when God gives you a mission, be solved. I don't want this mission. I want my son. She became hopeful. She thanked God for giving her trauma because he believed she could handle it. I'll do my best to make sure it won't happen to other people. I'll make sure that my surrogate suffers as much as humanly possible. I'll make sure another are protected. Oh, maybe we don't want to. Oh no, this is like it's like a artistic. He pieced together her versions of events. During the pregnancy, Smith had engaged in lots of unsafe sex. A bout of forceful sex led her to leaking in mid-December. More sex eventually necessitated her hospitalization. Smith had let her, quote-unquote, adult-sized son sleep in her bed, where he'd probably kicked her in the stomach. Smith may have even intentionally given birth early, mistakenly believing she'd receive full compensation. At the advice of her lawyer, B hired a private investigator. That is like these lawyers too, where they're like, yeah, sure, we'll take your money. Yeah, I actually think that's a real case that you have on, there's a real case for you. I think you should reverse address lookup suggested a man shared Smith's address, whose name he was sure had to be Smith's, supposedly ex-partner. He was black, and the PI's, oh no, reportedly described him as being charged with 2 misdemeanors. People believe Smith should have never been a surrogate with an undisclosed live-in boyfriend with #felon jail time record. Oh no. The PI dug up a flyer advertised at New Year's Eve party listing the man as one of the DJs, seemingly confirming B's lawyer's suspicion about what B had been doing the night before hospitalization. Ready to approve an in-person surveillance operation when another detail froze her blood. Smith had gotten a speeding ticket on a day she was inpatient at the hospital. As B would claim online on January 13th, Smith had snuck out with her son, gone 40 miles per hour in a 25-mile zone, then snuck back into the hospital. In hindsight, Smith's behavior appeared weird and defensive. The day after the bleed, Smith had asked B to stop posting. Imagine getting gang stalked. B understood how far-fetched her allegations sounded. If it were not for all the hard evidence, it's too shocking to believe Rebecca Smith did what she did to kill my son, B wrote on Facebook, using Smith's real name. Perhaps a kind friend could have suggested to B that there were other explanations. Instead, B had a set of legal adversaries and a supportive echo chamber. She's in her Fuhrer bunker, her surrogacy bunker. On Facebook, GCs and IPs alike expressed sympathy for B's tragic post. Everyone knew bad surrogates existed, and based on B's claims, I mean, this is just libel, right? Called Smith a criminal and a psycho. B's $1,000 an hour lawyer, Elizabeth Sperling, I love keeping the name. It's so petty. It's vindictive in a way I admire for journalists. Is you gotta mention the lawyer by name. Her gaslighting Fuhrer bunker, Fegelein ass lawyer. Elizabeth Sperling wondered whether digging through social media posts might show Smith engaging in strenuous activity that could explain the death. B's husband focused on stabilizing a family. Does she have a kid now? Because there was another surrogate. She's not taking care of her kid. That's that's the image of that is so insane. You have to this kind of has to turn you into a rad femme, that you have these really rich women who basically outsource all of the labor of raising a child, right? They exist within the structure of patriarchal institution that forces them to do all this labor. But then they're like, I'm gonna have a surrogate, and then the surrogate's gonna go right to a nanny or whatever who's actually gonna fucking raise the kid, because I have a business I have to work on. Blame the hospital, not Smith, but told me that the litigation is her grieving process. Oh man. It's her grieving process to torment this poor woman who had spent literally 7 months trying to Smith had planned to go to work shortly after giving birth. Instead, she couldn't stop bleeding. Oh man. had determined she hadn't breached the contract, the escrow stopped paying, leaving Smith. Oh my God. When Smith was finally cleared to return to work a month after Leon died, B emailed Smith's HR department to ask about her health plan. Smith threw a federal agency claiming Smith was committing fraud. Her supervisor at work had found her crying on and off for a day. Smith hadn't heard from B since her terse reply. Then B texted her a screenshot of a Facebook post about another GC who had an abruption almost every 2 weeks. That GC had called 911 and the baby had lived. Next, B, she's a fucking psychopath. Next, B messaged a photo of Leon's corpse to Smith's 7-year-old son's iPad. That's so awesome as well. I love that the way that this clearly started is that she's in this insane stalking Smith thing and she sends it to a reporter at Wired and is like, I'm clearly in the right. Here's all this information. I'm giving you all the info possible. And then it's like, I mean, yeah, it literally says be contacted Wired. Cindy B is not supposed to be telling me this story. It's literally Smith didn't go to anyone. She just wants to be left alone. That's crazy. In the months after Leon died, B called the FBI 12 times, reported Smith, SAI at the hospital, the Clarity escrow to more than a dozen state and federal regulators and numerous professional organizations, launched a new round of her $30 million venture fund, backed by This guy has been blocked on Twitter, by the way. David Sachs and Mark Andreessen. Yeah, so it's like insane. President Trump's AI and crypto czar on Leon's due date posted Leon's ChatGPT written endorsement from heaven, offering his eternal blessings for her work. Eggman has me blocked. Yeah, it's very funny. Leon's ChatGPT written endorsement from heaven, dog. The Leon GPT, offering his eternal blessings for her work, created TikTok, Instagram Reels, Facebook posts, X Threads, LinkedIn updates. I want to see your fucking TikToks, man. I have to see your TikToks. Are they still up? Cindy B? I want to... Evil Circusy. I think I found it. Unless it's like a fake one. I think I found it. Yeah, no, I think this is it. Oh my God. So there's I'm going to read the description of this post. Baby Leon, RIP. My name is Baby Leon. Although I was born a sleeping angel, I speak to you now with #love and care. Mama, as you launch Capital X Fund second on my due date, may you soar to new heights, empowering entrepreneurs, making a lasting impact on this earth and helping build a better world. Capital X is the embodiment of Mama's dedication and ambition, a symbol of Mama's #resilience and determination to make a change through investment and #influence. I offer my eternal blessings. Mama and Dada, as you #mourn my absence, hold fast to the dreams you had for me. Know that those aspirations extend to mirror your shining beacon of hope. I feel so bad for that daughter. Oh, man. This is crazy. With my eternal gratitude, your baby Leon. And then in brackets, ChatGPT did 90% of the writing. Capital, like, she says this. She says that it's written by ChatGPT. My son's emergency bleeding was concealed from me. That's a crime. Baby Leon would have survived if I was told about the emergency bleeding 2 weeks after inpatient. Due to HIPAA, doctors couldn't tell me. But
the most beautiful thing.
It's hard to parse because some of this is like, well, yeah, you should, like, you know, you lost your kid. This content is like too insane. So she approves. It's like, this is crazy too. This is like insane. Like, you can tell it's like insane, like mother won't like trying to shame someone through praising someone else, because it's like, yeah, our best surrogate. She actually had a baby that didn't fucking die, unlike you, Smith. Yes, they wanted to do twins, but instead they did simultaneously, or I think it was a bit after, a boy and a girl from separate surrogates. So this one, it's like, actually, like the one who actually gave us a fucking baby, unlike you. Just insane. Like, X Threads, LinkedIn updates, and a website for advocacy. It's posted Smith's full name, photo, employer, mortgage license number, son's first name, and a link to her address. Asked her husband again and again how it was possible that Smith had carried her son but felt nothing about his death. He has abandonment issues that she traces back to her 20s, when her father divorced her mom for the mistress who conceived his long-awaited son. She got on lithium for her bipolar disorder in early 2021 and began looking for surrogates as soon as she stopped feeling sedated. I spoke to the therapist Bee hired to consult with her and her husband. She told me that of the 792 intended parents she had evaluated for surrogacy or gamete donation, she had declined to recommend only about a dozen. I'm not gatekeeping, she said. When it comes to serious mental illnesses, she added, it's up to them to disclose. One of Bee's fertility doctors, meanwhile, told me it was not his place to scrutinize intended parents. He deferred to the recommendation of the psychological interviewer. If an intended parent gets turned down, they can usually find another therapist, another clinic, another agency. But without anyone questioning her plans, Bee seemed betrayed by the challenges of third-party reproduction. Surrogacy is supposed to be the safest route, she wrote on Instagram. It wasn't just Leon's death that pushed Bee into her spiral of legal action on social media posts. It was the apparent lack of control of having her child inside another woman's body. Do I have news for you? If you are worried about your child being in another woman's body, there's a way around that. There's something there. Like, there's a simple trick that you can implement that will make it so that the baby will actually be in your body. And you don't have to, like, she's doing patriarchy, basically. She's like invoking some sort of like, it's interesting. She's invoking like a pseudo-feminist discourse, almost, of like, I'm entitled to something in virtue of like my like female essence or whatever, even when it like applies in a way that is irrational, even when it applies in a way that makes no sense. Like, because it makes, like, why would she have any more claim to the baby than her husband would? Because you gave the egg, presumably, and he gave the sperm. But it's like, well, it's because of your femaleness, right? It's using like how that like kind of cis-normative, especially image of femaleness has coalesced. And in some ways, this is a way of like this identity, this concept of femaleness has been a way of helping women against patriarchy. But it is also coalesced in a way that can actually be used to be violent against, in this case, the other women. On Facebook, strangers started calling for Smith to rot in jail and lose custody of her son. She and her family feared online vigilantes would search out the woman be portrayed as a prophet-minded baby killer. Smith's parents brought security cameras for her car. Smith moved back in with her son's father, then moved again. She changed jobs, hoping to spare her small office the chaos. Bee contacted Smith's next employer, too, saying Smith had been fired for fraud and lied on her application. Smith had suicidal thoughts. She wondered if her son would be better off if she were dead. If that meant Bee would never send him another disturbing message. Bee sued Smith and other parties she blamed for Leon's death. When a judge ruled that Bee had to follow the original contract and do private arbitration instead of a public lawsuit, she spent $25,000 appealing the decision. Men served Smith papers naming Bee as Leon's parents. Smith's pro bono lawyer advised her to acknowledge the papers without realizing that Bee's lawyer had added a section forcing Smith to release her medical records. Judge threw out that requirement. Bee would find it. If Smith relaxed, she would take advantage. In the fall of 2024, Bee was served papers. Smith had filed a restraining order. Smith maintained that she had been single and lived alone with her son. She never snuck out of the hospital. Nurses permitted her to go home to pick up obscure vitamins Bee had asked her to take. Oh, and then she's like, you have to take your fucking vitamins. It's like weird. Right, because she mentioned like, oh, the reason the child died is because you weren't taking the obscure vitamins. Smith's supporters said that after the stillbirth, She had volunteered at the Ronald McDonald House for the NICU, sponsored a gold leaf on a tree for angel babies. This is the crazy thing is like the story really is like in a certain sense perfect. Like, could you imagine being like a journalist and this story gets put on your lap? Like, the insane lady comes to you and shows you all of the legal documents and is like, I'll tell you anything you need. Like, is it like, yeah, I mean, that's like story of a lifetime. Do you know what I mean? Like, you have to write that perfectly. I mean, I think it's written pretty well. It's an insanely lucky story to bump into. But also, like, a part of that though is that like the surrogate is clearly like such a wonderful person, like is such a absurdly sympathetic character, like single mom who's like volunteering at food banks to like and got into surrogacy to help someone. B found this claims ridiculous. She kidnapped and killed my son. I am the victim here, B told me reportedly. Being a single mom, she said, doesn't give you the right to kill another son. You don't have that victim card to play. She was almost screaming when she said it. B explained over and over her belief that surrogates hold all of the power. There are far more intended parents than surrogates. Between 3 and IPs are, as we put it online, in such a disadvantaged position. BC is a model for surrogacy in the anti-abortion laws that recognize and protect the right of a fetal life. The baby, she believes, should come first. B is an anti-surrogacy. In fact, she frequently advises other investors who are pursuing it. I mean, of course she does, because it's the rub, obviously, that she's also literally, like, the reporter isn't even making the parallel. It's the insane lady is like, I believe that, I think that anti-abortion is a great model for surrogacy insofar as someone has complete control over another woman's body. Reporter is a stenographer. It's like, and she also told me that she is an evil person who wants Smith to die because of how good and kind Smith was. Like, B is an anti-surrogate. In this model, surrogates are the gestational equivalents of Uber drivers or Amazon warehouse workers. There should be a database of carriers allowing us to filter on what we want. Age, BMI, willingness to abort the fetus. But, like, am I crazy? Why would you, like, I guess BMI would have, like, I mean, it's another, like, fetphobia. It's a womb database. Is the future, folks. 6 months after Leon's death, B's daughter was born. In an Instagram announcement, B sits in a hospital crying and wearing a medical gown. Clutching, which is awesome that it's like, give me the medical gown. Like, I want the medical gown. I did it. B often compared her to surrogacy experiences. I had the world's worst GC and the best. We saw that before. Just like insane, Sanbara told me she had a great relationship with B, but her pregnancy plagued with placental issues. First, gestational diabetes, then placenta previa. I don't know what that means. The placenta blocks the cervix, which led to hospitalization and scheduled C-section. When doctors removed the baby, they found that the placenta had grown too deeply into her uterine wall, a condition known as... Once they removed the placenta, she began losing blood. As a nurse, student, and patient care technician, she knew what was going on as they called out numbers of blood loss. Ultimately, an astounding 5.4 liters. The weirdest part was being awake while she was dying, she said. This is the good one! It's so much worse than I thought here. Oh my fucking god, she almost killed 2 women. This is like you would think that you would have like some amount of guilt about that. That like you had another woman go through this. She woke up 9 hours later, intubated in the ICU. Found that naturally conceived pregnancies carry about a 2% risk of several adverse maternal effects. A surrogacy pregnancy increases that to 8%. Nobody had talked to Sanabria about these risks. Now she posts online to educate other surrogates. So her amazing best surrogate ever lady, it was so awful that it turned her into a surrogacy rights advocate. Oh, as B pointed out repeatedly in her quest to get Leon's placental slides, the placental comes from the DNA of the biological parents. or on her husband's. In fact, oh God, B's mother and sister developed diabetes while pregnant, an issue stemming from the placenta, and remained diabetic. It's her fault. It's her genes. Her genes are killing these women. But B and her husband's family medical histories were not disclosed to their surrogates. This is normal. If they have a third child, they almost certainly won't disclose their pregnancy complications. This is the most insane story ever. This is fucking insane. Imagine a journey being treated like a human incubator and not a person, Smith wrote in a Facebook group. Imagine a journey where the intended parents leave you to pay for all the medical bills. Hundreds of thousands of medical bills are in Smith's name, which could wreck her credit. Smith's employer provided insurance initially agreed to pay, but revoked coverage after B emailed them alleging fraud. Now the plan B bot isn't paying her out either. B maintains that Smith is responsible. During a Zoom call last December, B considered mercy. Perhaps Smith had suffered enough. Perhaps B had already achieved a form of justice. Inspired with grace, B said she made an offer. If Smith dropped the restraining order and allowed B to talk freely about her, using her full name, B wouldn't pursue criminal charges. That's the way that it's phrased. Like, you can feel the rage. Inspired with grace. Smith's lawyers refused, so B contacted local police. If that fails, B hopes to nail Smith for perjury based on the lies in her restraining order application. Or for the report restraining order, B signed a court-enforced confidentiality agreement not to talk about Smith. The agreement is toothless. Not even the spectator of being found in contempt of court will stop B from sharing her truth. B could even go to jail. There's an arrest warrant out for B in Virginia for doxing Smith. So far, B has worked with 9 different attorneys. She racked up almost $750,000 in legal bills in 2024, but paid less than half. The law firm where Elizabeth Sperling works, owed $200,000, said it intends to initiate a proceeding. Her appeal lawyers also owe $200,000, keep threatening to send her collections. She's ruining her life over this. Like, the rich lady is as well. I cannot pay you because if I do, then I cannot get another lawyer, B explained. She needs the money to pay her next retainer. Lawyers never ask me about money. They see my profile and assume I can pay. B tells me she's cash poor, although B had an 8-figure net worth before Leon's death. Most of it was illiquid stakes in companies. She has rent to pay, $10,000 a month. Sure, let's just not buy a house. It's like beyond everything else, she's a venture capitalist who's like horrible with her money. And childcare, her 6th live-in nanny. It's just the thing I said before. These are women who have enough money that they're like, I'm gonna outsource all of the labor that is designated for the female. The 6th live-in nanny implies that she's she's fired 5 nannies. Yeah. She could have slaves. I mean, at what point is it just, we're just gonna, had to withdraw her management fees for her investment fund much faster than planned. B hasn't worked much since Leon died. Voice crack. But she doesn't know how she can continue as a venture capitalist if she backs down. If I cannot protect my son, B says, if I cannot give him honor, sue the hell out of these people and have some sense of justice, how can the investment founders say, Cindy, you're the best? I need to on my shareholders, I am going to find justice. Just when it seemed like B might not be able to stomach or afford more lawsuits, she found someone who would represent her without charging hourly. Of course. Pitbull attorney Doug Roken has the kind open face of a Midwestern pastor. He's got an 8-figure payouts for abused foster children and mistreated prisoners and specializes in sexual abuse cases. Will sue the doctors in the hospital for malpractice and pursue arbitration against Rebecca Smith in exchange for 40% of B's winnings. Have been hunting for their 3rd surrogate. In the spring, B emailed with the biggest ask agency about a great surrogate profile. Another single mother of 2 who lives with her parents. Her daughter or little sister used the money she could give her daughter a little sister or use the money to pursue justice for her son. Which is so instead of giving her daughter another, she's like, no, I have to fucking take vengeance against this stupid woman. That's the end, man. Fuck. Oh man, that was so fucking insane. I need to like. Seems like the author went out of their way to promote Cindy B in a negative light instead of outlining the lack of oversight and regulation in the space. Founder and CEO. What a horrific looking. Helping GMT leaders understand finance. Award-winning .NET engineer. Protect innocent children. Baby Leon. No, this face does look AI generated. Do you think it's like a... It does look AI generated. Whistleblower. That's fucking insane, man. Had to pause multiple times while reading this to take a lap around the room. Oh man. This article may get some eyeballs with controversy at the cost of an innocent child, baby Leon, whose mom continues the fight. You are an insane person. Sorry. 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 Man, that is horrific. That is fucking horrific, man. Anyway, if you would like to, if you have an Amazon Prime account, you can connect it to your Twitch account and get one free subscription that you can use on me. Otherwise, you can give me money. Anyway, yeah, surrogacy just shouldn't exist, I think. Is this a TikTok that's gonna make me go insane? Oh,
Hello.
okay. I thought this was gonna be related to the surrogacy thing. That one's cool because her account isn't big enough that I know she's gonna read me calling her an insane person. Do you know what I mean? Man, what is even like... That's so fucking insane. It's so like... Sorry, I'm so fucking stunlocked by that. Oh man. Oh man. Yeah, dude, maybe it's just like you can't have that in a system.
Oh my god.
Like the one that we have. I'm gonna call it there. I'm really hungry. It's 7 o'clock. I have nothing to say. I do like that. I think the reading articles feels a lot better than React content to me. Because it's like one, more engaged. and I can like it's easy to have commentary on it, but it just feels way less like slop based. Do you know what I mean? Maybe it does less good for views, but I guess it doesn't really matter. There's always articles. How do I? Invite people. You can, and it's good. It's reading is important, and that, you know what, chat? I'm reading for you, which basically counts as like you guys basically read that article, and you didn't even have to read anything, right? You could be playing fucking Fortnite right now. You read a whole article. Congratulations, chat. You are much smarter than before. Like an audiobook. I do like the discourse of like, do audiobooks count? And it's like, I don't know. Sure. The point is, it isn't like this Protestant thing of like you have to suffer in order to actually gain knowledge. It's like, well, it just has a use for you. I find it's much harder to retain dense information in an audiobook personally. But like, if it works as a way of any way of consuming information is good. Especially if you have difficulty doing it elsewhere, it's what playing League and sent the article to people and will pretend I personally read it. There you go. Anyway, you should join my Discord. It'll ping you when I go live. Just spam it a little bit. I will raid Saber, Oomphy, Bottleneck Loser on Twitch. She's getting into Twitchin'. She's playing some Deadlock that I feel like I'll play eventually. I'm transgender. Look now, thank you.
I had no idea. Do whatever you want.
Thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. Great send off. Thank you. Hold on. Okay. Oh, it's ready. Thank you so much, Luck now. And Resblot, thank you for the tier 1.
Is that a brown bear?
Thank you. Be back in a couple days. Does it not want me to? I'm confused. Okay. Alrighty. Bye, everybody.